Phillies' last road trip saw a resurgence of offense and success during their 5-game, 2-country journey. The winning ways continued at home, and the offensive rewards kept coming. Bags packed and back to the road they go, looking to continue that production, starting with a West Coast swing. It's another new ballpark and another new center field for Odubel Herrera to patrol out here in San Diego, California. Since this ballpark opened, and it's a beautiful place, the Phillies have the best winning percentage among visiting teams. Tonight, it's game 1 of a 3-game series at Petco Park. And the Phillies yesterday, not only did they wrap up the series against the Dodgers, but they also made some roster moves. As we expected, Chase Utley is back with the club, reinstated from the disabled list after that ankle injury. Adam Lowen is back in the big leagues. It's a tremendous story. We'll tell you about that a little later on. And Dahlier and Jordan both optioned out to Lehigh Valley. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Ben Davis. We get set for the start of this 3-game series. And the Phillies, of course, have been playing better since the All-Star break. They've been playing better on the road. They've got a couple of tough pitchers to deal with this weekend. But they have Chase Utley back, and he is in a weird spot as the leadoff hitter for the Phils.
He is. I walked in the clubhouse today and took a photo of the lineup. I said, wait a minute, Chase is hitting leadoff. I was very surprised to see him in that role, but he went down, he got his minor league at-bats. He's ready, he's healthy, and we'll see how it goes for him.
Well, the combination of Chase Utley at second base and Cesar Hernandez, you look at the comparisons. Obviously, Chase was really struggling when he went on the disabled list. Cesar has taken the opportunity, and he's run with it. And Pete Mackanin said, I'm going to get them both at-bats. Cesar may play shortstop tomorrow. Chase may play second. He may play a little first base. He's going to get them both at-bats.
He's going to get at-bats. I just don't know how many Chase will get. I'm really anxious to see what Pete Mackanin's plan is for Chase Utley. He might be in there tomorrow, like you said. We have to wait and see.
All right, so they take on the San Diego Padres this weekend. Now, the Padres, as everybody knows, made drastic changes during the offseason. The guy pitching tonight, James Shields, signed to a long-term contract that has an option for 2019. They got both of the Upton brothers in different deals. They also got Will Myers, who's on the disabled list, and Craig Kimbrell, who is their closer right now. Will he be here? We do not know before the August 31st deadline, the non-waiver deadline. This is where they sit. They're 52 and 57, 10.5 games back. They think, with guys like James Shields on the mound tonight, they think they still have a chance for the wild card.
They think they do. It's going to be a long shot. Even to get close to the Dodgers and the Giants is going to be very, very tough. Bottom line is, and it's really hard to do in this ballpark, is find some offense. Their pitching has been good. Obviously, Kimbrell at the back end of that bullpen is phenomenal, but they have to find some way to get some runs. And again, it's very hard to do here in this ballpark.
Well, James Shields is a guy that hasn't gotten a whole lot of run support. The last 11 games, Ben, they're averaging just over 2.5 runs per game of support.
There's always seems to be that guy on the staff where they just don't score runs for. It was Cole Hamels here in Philadelphia, and now you look at James Shields, he's not getting a whole lot of run support. The guy can pitch. Big Game James. That's his name. That's what they called him over the years. He's done in the World Series, and he's a very, very good pitcher. Loves pitching here. 4-1 with a 2.47 ERA. So the Phillies have their work cut out for them.
Well, we said there's a couple of tough customers the Phillies will face this weekend. Actually, there are 3 tough pitchers that are scheduled to throw for the San Diego Padres. Tonight is game 1 of this 3-game series. It will be Shields making his 24th start. He'll be opposed by Aaron Nola, making his 4th start of the season here in the big leagues. Well, we talked about Dominic Brown a little bit with our tease. We showed the home run yesterday. He has been better offensively. He's in the lineup again as we start this road trip. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Phillies. By Citizens Bank, one deposit checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. By Toyota, where will Toyota take you? Visit buyatoyota.com to find out. Toyota, let's go places. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of the Phils. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IVX.com. What can we say? It is beautiful out here in San Diego as we get set for game one of this 3-game series, the Phillies and the Padres. Phillies have had a lot of success out here at Petco Park since it opened. They're honoring the first responders here in San Diego. In fact, the Padres players wore the San Diego Police Department caps during batting practice today. And now some of those first responders are out at the individual positions getting autographs from their favorite Padres player. And before the ball game tonight, the great Dick Enberg, as you see him wandering through the Otesaga Hotel in Cooperstown. He was honored last weekend. He is in the broadcaster's wing of the National Baseball Hall of Fame. He was awarded the Ford C. Frick Award. And guys like Baisam, you can see him there. Harry Callis, of course, in the broadcaster's wing of the Baseball Hall of Fame. And before the ball game today, the Padres honored him. A beautiful montage of some of the great announcers around baseball who are currently in the broadcaster's wing saluted Dick Enberg, and then the Padres presented him with that beautiful award. He's one of the nicest people you'll ever come across. For me, his football was second to none. A 14-time Emmy winner, a 9-time Sportscaster of the Year. He's honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. 25 years at NBC Sports. He partnered up with Merlin Olsen, and when I was a kid, those two guys would call the AFC games, and it was pretty incredible to watch on NBC. Let's take a look at the Phillies lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. It'll be Utley, yes, Utley, leading it off at second base, then Herrera and Franco. Ryan Howard bats cleanup, then Dominic Brown and Freddie Galvis. And the bottom third of Cody Ashe, Cameron Rupp, and Aaron Nola. And they will face right-hander James Shield, the 33-year-old from Santa Clarita, California, 8-4 with an ERA of 3.74. Now, he's allowed a lot of base runners this year, Ben, but he has pitched well as he has in recent seasons.
He has pitched well, and he loves pitching in this ballpark. This is a great place to pitch. As we take a look at Big Game James, he is 4-1 with a 2.47 ERA. Curve, cutter, and change. This changeup is the pitch. Now, he will sit, get up to 93, 94, but the changeup is a pitch that he depends on, gets a lot of swings and misses. Hopefully, the Phillies can lay off that pitch in the dirt.
Yeah, the changeup he throws 17% of the time, but with 2 strikes, he'll throw it 31% of the time. Let's take a look at our Nissan keys to tonight's ball game.
And keys for me, and I went with 3 of them tonight, Tom. Keep Jay up, down. Justin Upton, I think he's one of the finer talents in the league. You need to not let him beat the Phillies. Lay off the hook in the dirt and the changeup, which I just talked about, and Nola needs to get lefties out. Righties are only hitting 158 against him, but lefties are hitting 300.
Well, he's all warmed up and ready to go. He'll sit in the bench and watch Chase Utley make his return from the disabled list. He went on the DL on the 24th of June, and we are underway as he takes down low and away. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Utley had 11 at-bats during his rehab assignments. He was 6 for 11. In fact, he had 13 plate appearances. He walked a couple times. Overall hitting just $179. And he pops this one up off the third base line. Solarte will give it a look, and it's a couple rows back. I wonder if he could have actually made a lean for that. It came back a little bit more than he thought.
I don't think he could have caught that without his go-go gadget arms. I tell you what, I know Chase is only hitting 179, but isn't it nice to see him back in the lineup?
It's great.
It really is.
And Pete Buchanan said, listen, I am going to play him. He said, I'm not sure how many days at second base. I'm not sure how many days at first base, but I am going to play him. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike to Chase. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Disa Gander of Lancaster. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, then Disa will win $100.
Good luck, Disa.
Utley swings through that fastball, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Can we give that another whirl where she's from?
Lancaster.
Lancaster. Thank you.
When I was a kid, we used to say, on the Jersey side, Lancaster. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Chase. Chase has batted leadoff 2 other times, both back in 2004. And a strike 3 call. So he's down looking. Looked like the first cutter of the day from James Shields, wasn't it? Or was that a curveball?
I think it was a backdoor breaking pitch there. It's hard to tell from the booth here. But either way, Chase knew it was a strike and he gave up on it. It's a backdoor almost slider. It's a little too big to be a cutter.
Oh, gosh darn it, I didn't know he threw a slider. Well, here's Odubel Herrera. He's hit in 9 straight games, 3 for 5 in yesterday's ball game with a couple runs scored. And he'll take the first pitch, and it's a strike, 0-1. James Shields, 8 straight years of double-digit victories as Utley takes a walk around the dugout. The big thing was, would Chase's timing be there? And he felt it would be. Near the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Odubel during this 9-game hitting streak is hitting .395. In fact, we mentioned this yesterday, the amount of hits he's had in recent games. Well, he's had at least a hit in 24 of his last 28 games. Hitting .394 during that time.
It's amazing.
Well, his average has jumped from .243 to where it sits right now at .288, which is tops among the regulars. And Steve Henderson was talking glowingly about Odubel the other day. Some people still think that he's just scratching the surface.
Well, the thing I like about it is nothing was handed to him. He started the season as a starting center fielder and really kind of worked his way out of the starting lineup, and he's earned himself more playing time and being in there every day. And you like to see that, especially out of a younger guy. He could sit and pout and mope. He didn't do that. And I do think he feels a lot more comfortable knowing that he's going to play 9 out of 10 days.
It's that one off the end of the bat foul, and it's 3-2. I'm not totally sure why he was pointing to Mike Estabrook, the home plate umpire, but he probably would have been better off running because it could have spun back if it wasn't too far up the line. Paul Nart is over at first base. Ryan Blakeney is at second, and Dana DeMuth is the crew chief at third. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Shields. We showed you the numbers. He will strike out guys.
It's just a wash-away changeup, and see the bottom kind of fall out of that one. Now he will throw one that will have more depth on it. I think Odubel was pretty much off balance because of the speed of the pitch and out in front.
Well, we talked about with 2 strikes, his favorite pitch is the changeup 31% of the time. Curveball he throws 25% of the time. Maikel Franco takes outside, 1-0.
And one thing he really likes to do, and I'm sure he will do it to Maikel tonight, is rush him with a fastball inside and then follow that up with a changeup inside. He's thinking he's doubling up on the fastball, reacts to a changeup, and will be out in front.
That one is a liner out towards straightaway center field. B.J. Upton going back. He's under it, makes the catch, and the side is retired. So the Phillies go down in order in their half of the first. Middle of the first, Aaron Nola getting sent to face the Padres for the first time. One in the middle, walking behind Dave Roberts, who's also managed a game this year for San Diego. Let's take a look at his lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. Amarista leads it off at shortstop, then Solarte at third base. Matt Kemp bats third in right field. Then Justin Upton and Yonder Alonso. Jed Jerko's at second base. He'll bat sixth. The bottom third of Norris, Melvin Upton Jr., and James Shields. Now they will face Aaron Nola. Nola making his fourth start. He's 2-1, 3.38 ERA. And of course facing the Padres for the first time in his big league career. And he'll face Alexi Amarista to start things off. First pitch is outside, 1 ball, no strikes.
We take a look at the scouting report on Aaron Nola. He will sit right at about 91. Curve change. The one number that he has to get better on, I said it in the open, is his numbers against righties. 158 against lefties, though, 300.
Well, the first lefty he faces flies out to left field, so 1 away here in the bottom of the first. So here Giangervis Solarte, over from the Yankees organization last year. He's hitting .266 with 7 home runs and 40 runs batted in. Playing third base, they had Will Middlebrooks playing third base for them. That didn't work out. You see what Solarte's done in recent games. The Padres team that still thinks they got a chance to get to the postseason, even though they're 5 games under 500. They've played better under Pat Murphy. 1 ball, 1 strike. And like the Phillies, have played well since the All-Star break, aside from the last 3 games against Milwaukee.
Yeah, they had a really, really bad time in Milwaukee. I mean, a really bad time.
Yeah, they finished 5-5 on the road trip, but they lost the last 3 games in 4 of their last 5. Fly ball, center field. Odubel started in. Now he goes over toward the alley. He's under it. And there are 2 outs. During the 2015 season, Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the Phillies, will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream. So to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. Well, since the break, the Phillies have the best winning percentage, just ahead of the Cardinals and the Giants, and of course the Blue Jays, who have been red hot. Yankees have 13 wins, and the Padres and Mets are even at 11-8. Mets are playing right now against Tampa Bay. Chopper over to third, and here comes Maikel Franco. And well, this was an easy inning for Aaron Nola. Sets down the Padres in order. We'll go to the second. Ryan Howard will lead things off against James Shields. Place New York Mets beginning Monday, August 24th for a 4-game series. All 4 games are at 7:05 at Citizens Bank Park. Tickets can be purchased right now by going to Phillies.com. Each team went down 1-2-3 in their half of the first. So now we go to the second. And Ryan Howard will lead it off. Howard hitting .238 with 18 home runs and 62 runs batted in. Good numbers against the Padres for his career. And the first pitch is low, 1-0.
I'm glad that was a quick first inning. That'll leave more time for the big video montage I'm sure the Padres have prepared for me.
I think they had problems with the VHS tape before the ball game, so they're trying to fix that right now.
Should we hold our breath?
Fly ball down the left field line out of play. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Now, I did think that Dick Enberg was going to mention you during his speech, his Hall of Fame speech. Murph, is it a buzz down there about Ben's return to San Diego?
I can't get people to stop talking about it, to be honest with you. Well, once I get them started talking about it.
Exactly.
Touche.
Welcome back, Ben.
Thanks, Murph.
You're welcome, buddy.
What is the biggest topic that people talk to Ben about when he gets back here to San Diego, at least for today? There's a liner out toward right field. Matt Kemp makes the catch. And there's one away. The biggest topic is when he bunted against Kurt Schilling.
People still remember it.
Oh, there he is, the golden boy. First round pick by the Padres, second overall at 95. The Padres from 98 in the big leagues till 2001 until Lou Piniella and Kevin Towers met one day in a restaurant, and Lou Piniella said, "Hey, that guy you got, that catcher, I like him. Can I have him?"
I like that young fella, that young catcher you got. That's what I heard.
All right,
I don't know if it's the truth, but that's what I heard.
And then off to Seattle. You were disappointed when you left here, right?
I was. This was a great place. I absolutely loved playing here, and you know, again, it hit me again. I walked out of the hotel, and I'm thinking it's got to be different, right? It's got to be different outside. Now, coming from where we live, there's 4 seasons.
Right.
There's 1 season here.
2 balls, no strikes to Dominic Brown. Well, in your honor, and I didn't want to let the cat out of the bag, but in your honor, they are giving away tomorrow. Hold your breath. The jersey that you wore as a player here in San Diego that we just saw on the big screen. They're giving it out to all fans. Aren't you excited about that?
Can't wait to see what it actually is.
Yeah, it's going to look great. Did you ever wear the brown here?
No, we never did.
No. Never mind, because they're giving out the brown ones.
Jerk.
3-1 pitch to Brown. It's fouled back over the screen. It's 3-2.
That was fun.
Yep. Raleigh Fingers may have worn that, but Ben Davis never did. Dominic hits it off the end of the bat, foul.
I forget that guy's name. He was a season ticket holder when I used to play here. He's been here forever.
The guy that looks like Raleigh Fingers?
Yes. He's been around forever. There he is.
Swing and a miss, and Dominic strikes out. That's 3 strikeouts already for James Shields. Now there are 2 outs.
Another changeup. And what he does, what James Shields does, is he really hides the ball well, but he throws his changeup aggressively, meaning he hardly ever pushes it. He doesn't leave it arm side and high a whole lot of times. He's very aggressive in his arm motion with that pitch. That's why he gets a lot of pitches, a lot of swings and misses down in the zone, because he's aggressive when he throws it.
Freddie Galvis takes a fastball for strike 1. It's 0-1.
And when I say he's aggressive when he throws it, a lot of pitchers tend to push that pitch because they want to take speed off. Well, how you hold the baseball is how you change the speed. It's the same arm motion.
I would think too that if you push it, sometimes you'll be able to give it away that you're throwing it.
Correct. You know, your wind up or your stretch will slow down, your arm speed will slow down, and give it away to the hitter.
Freddie Galvis is the first hit of the night for the Phils. A line drive single into center field. That ends an 0 for 10 stretch for Freddie. So a 2-out base runner, and Cody Ashley is coming up.
A pretty swing, and that was as short and concise as we've seen him in the last couple ball games. Watch him. He gets his foot down very early. His head does not move forward, and there's no wasted motion in that swing.
I think the series we just saw against the Dodgers, everything for Freddie was forward. The hip, the head, the shoulder. There, he stayed back with a lot of it.
You saw that when his foot landed, his head did not move forward with that stride. And we saw him do that really poorly against Greinke yesterday.
2 outs for Cody Ashley. And a runner at first base. That one was nearly boxed by Derek Norris. Cody making his 47th start out in left field. Talking to Juan Samuel today, he was really excited about the catch that Cody made down the left field line in foul territory. He said that catch and the catch into the alley in left center on the homestand were two that showed him that he's not only grasping playing left field, but he's starting to thrive defensively playing left field.
It's like anything else. I think he's gaining confidence out there, knowing that, hey, you know what? I can do this.
A bit high, and it's 2-0.
Cody turned his day around yesterday. Went down looking his first 2 times up, and hit a bullet off the wall for double and a singles last time up.
Outside again, 3-0. Cameron Rupp waits on deck.
See James Shields very animated. I was out watching the pitchers batting practice today for the Padres. He was back-legging balls trying to hit them over the Petco Park sign in left field. I'm telling you, he was swinging as hard as I've ever seen anybody. I'm thinking, isn't this guy starting tonight?
They take it seriously.
They do.
And there's ball 4. Cody Ashley walks on 4 pitches. Good at bat by Cody. 50th walk of the year issued by Shields, and now Cameron Rupp will step up. Cameron was very excited today because his mom and dad are in town for not only this series, but also for the series against the Arizona Diamondbacks, as they get a chance to watch him play. Carlos Ruiz played the last 3 days against the Dodgers. First pitch breaking ball, that's in there. It's 0-1. Another curveball. That one's lifted into shallow center field. Melvin Upton will put it away. Side is retired. No runs. 1 hit. 2 men left for the Phillies. They get a couple base runners. We'll go to the bottom of the second here in San Diego. Wall of Fame. Plus, Leslie Goodell profiles interim manager Pete Mackanin, who's had a remarkable baseball life. Phillies Clubhouse presented by Mercedes-Benz. Saturday night at 7:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Well, Murph, Scott, and Larry met with these Phillies fans who were out here on the Phillies road trips, getting a chance to enjoy a weekend in San Diego. They were out on a boat today for a couple hours. Brunch with the broadcasters. How'd that go, Murph? Was it good?
It was great. It was more like a yacht.
Oh, it was a yacht. I saw it go by the hotel window. I was waving.
Oh, we didn't see you. We would have waved back.
No, Scott was waving.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Did anyone take any Dramamine?
No, I don't think so. It was very calm. The water was very calm.
It looked very calm.
Yeah, it was.
From the 13th floor.
You know what? If you're coming to San Diego, going out on a boat is not a bad thing, for sure. It was beautiful.
Well, here's Justin Upton to lead things off. Upton hitting .248 with 18 home runs, 57 runs batted in. Padres have a little bit of a conundrum. Upton will be a free agent at the end of this year, but they've decided to keep him and everybody else, at least at this point, hoping that they have a chance to stay in the race. Curveball hit foul. And it's 0-2.
I've always liked Justin Upton a lot.
Now that pitch just hit him, and he's aboard. After getting ahead 0-2, they tried to get it inside. So hit by pitch. Yonder Alonso's coming up. All right, Murph. So if you're Aaron Nola, a little frustrated that pitch got away because he had him buried 0-2.
Yeah, and that's not something you see a lot of from Aaron Nola, or certainly not something we've seen in his 3 games that he's pitched for the Phillies. Pinpoint control is what they talk about when they talk about Aaron Nola. 15 strikeouts and 3 walks. And we were looking at the numbers, and take a look at this, because this is interesting. With 2 strikes on the batter, Aaron Nola pretty much right down the middle between his fastball and his curveball. 45% of the time, he'll throw fastball as the runner's going and gets in there easily. Nice jump by Upton. 45% of the time he's going to throw a fastball with 2 strikes looking for a strikeout, but 43% of the time he's going to throw a curveball. And I asked his catcher Cameron Rupp about that today. I said, because most of the time, you know, pitchers have one pitch, their out pitch that they go to. And he said, well, it just goes to show you that, A, he's confident in those 2 pitches and he feels like he can throw them at any time. And he said the other part of it is, you know, he'll set hitters up with different pitches. He'll approach guys differently and try to set them up with different pitches. Once they get them set up, depending on what they've done, that's the pitch they'll go to with 2 strikes. So he said as a catcher, it just gives him options. And, you know, that's what you want when you're behind the plate and trying to get a guy out. And that's what Aaron Nola is able to do for his guys.
Yeah, I think his calmness, the way he's been able to go after guys, has just been remarkably refreshing for a young guy.
Yeah, his demeanor is as good as I've seen on any pitcher, let alone a young pitcher.
He's 22 years old. 1 ball, no strikes to Yonder Alonso. And he takes down low and away, 2-0.
Well, it is nice that he can go to different pitches with 2 strikes. If you're a hitter, you're going to be looking for certain pitches in certain situations. And if a guy is that repetitive or gets in such a sequence, big league hitters are going to know that. They're going to know the numbers and sit on a certain pitch.
Alonso hitting .277 with 4 home runs. Chopper right side. That'll get Upton over to third base. Utley's up with it. They throw him out, 1 away. And that'll bring Jed Jerko to the plate.
Talking with Yonder earlier today, and he still bringing up how big it is to hit one out to right field. It's like, dude, you got to get over it at some point.
Yeah, home runs are up here at Petco Park, but it is still a big yard. They've shortened it in a couple of different areas, including left field over recent years, and even this past offseason they moved the fences in it a row or 2. As the first pitch curveball's taken outside, 1 ball, no strikes. It is a beautiful place.
I can't tell you from experience. I only played 2 games here. They were exhibition games when I moved to Seattle. We opened up in Anaheim one year, and we played a couple exhibition games. I played all my games at Qualcomm or Jack Murphy, and we took BP here one night, and it is tough. And this is 40 pounds ago for me, when I was able to, in batting practice, last round, go up top with a few home runs, and I was backlegging some balls. And I mean, they weren't wall scrapers, but they weren't making it out by a whole lot. The air just gets very heavy at night.
There's that Western Metal Supply Company building, which is down the left field line. 3 balls, 1 strike to Jerko. Fastball on the outside corner, 3-2. Justin Upton, who has been hit by a pitch and has stolen a bag in this inning, is over third base. Swing and a foul tip hung on to by Rupp. First strikeout for Nola. And there are 2 outs.
So that's a perfect situation. I'm thinking Kevin Rupp's going to put down a 2. What he does, he goes with a sinker. See Jerko swing right over the top of that. And that's a good pitch. That, in my opinion, that was a good idea to throw a breaking ball. It worked out where they threw a heater and struck him out. Great job of pitching. But I'm looking at it, Norris is definitely a double play candidate. Just put Jerko on, and it's a great job of pitching.
A great movement too on that sinker. Bob McClure, the Phillies pitching coach, he and Pete McCann both have been impressed with the way Nola's gone about his business. Norris takes a curveball, and it's 0-1. Norris has had a good run, 10 for his last 25. I was stunned to look at the numbers today and see that he has 17 infield hits this season.
What?
17 infield hits.
It's amazing.
Shocking for a catcher, isn't it? No offense.
None taken. That stat eluded me.
On the outside corner, 1-2. Lays off. Did he go? They'll appeal. No swing, says the first base umpire, Paul Nart. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Boy, what a good play by Cameron Rupp. There was some wicked movement on that breaking pitch. That was like a wiffle ball coming in.
It was, and we could see it from our view up top here. And that's one there's just nothing you can do. You sell out. He goes to the backhand. Good hands there, because there's nothing you can do. You can't physically slide that far to your right laterally to get your chest over top of that baseball. Good hands there.
Melvin Upton waits on deck. And now the 3-2 pitch. A line drive base hit into right field. And the Padres will take the lead. An RBI single by Derek Norris. Justin Upton crosses the plate. So 1-zip San Diego here in the second.
Well, it worked on the 3-2 to Jerko. That fastball comes back with it here to Derek Norris. And Norris shoots that ball to right field. That ball is pretty much center of the plate. That is a center cut heater, and definitely not as much sink as to the hitter previous to Norris.
Well, here is Melvin Upton, who's hitting .240 this year with 3 homers and only 8 runs batted in. And a high fly ball deep down the left field line. Ashe is over. He's got room, and he makes the catch. And the side is retired. However, the Padres strike first. They get a run on an RBI single by Derek Norris. First hit of the game for San Diego. We'll go to the third. Fan section for all the information, and please submit your answer to the subject line. All right, Ben, the question is, what two Padre pitchers combined for a one-hitter against the Phillies on April 5th, 1997? April 5th, 1997. The answer will be revealed later on in the game. Where were you on April 15th, 1997?
April? I was in Rancho Cucamonga, California.
Quake.
That's right. 20 years old.
Single A affiliate in the California League for the Padres. You may have caught this guy maybe in spring training at all. Did you catch anything?
No, I wasn't in big league camp that year, I don't believe.
Here's Aaron Nola to lead it off in the third. He takes low. Aaron is 2 for 7 so far in his big league career. James Shields this past offseason signed a 4-year $75 million contract with the Padres. There is an option for 2019. He was part of the Royals World Series team last year. Team that won the American League pennant. 2-2.
Man, that's a lot of money.
4 years, $75 million. That's a lot of money. Not only can they call him Big Game James, but they can call him Big Lou. And Noah's down looking. Strikeout number 4 for James Shields.
Yeah, but he's probably only keeping 40 million of it.
Tonight's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box.
See.
I think you were happiest to see the Padres Spanish broadcasters tonight. Eduardo Ortega. Who was the other gentleman?
Carlos Hernandez.
Carlos Hernandez.
Silos.
Chase Utley lines one on one hop to Jed Jerko. 2 outs. Chase has only seen a few pitches as the leadoff hitter, and that will bring Odubel Herrera to the plate.
And Carlos took very good care of me when I was coming up as a rookie through the ranks. There he is. Silos.
Silos is to the left. Eduardo is to the right.
He told me that Carlito was 26 years old, his son. I said, excuse me?
Made you feel old?
Oh, my Lord.
Odubel struck out his first time up. There's a line drive right past James Shields for a base hit. Odubel now has hit in 10 consecutive games.
Watch your lips. Coming back hot.
It was coming back pretty quick. Let's see if Odubel decides to challenge Derek Norris at all here. Here's the replay of the hit. Michael and Odubel are the first Phillies rookie tandem to have 20 doubles or more in a season since Don Money and Larry Heisel back in 1969. Odubel has 22. Michael has 21. I think some people forget that Larry Heisel had a very nice major league career. Began it with the Phils as a second-round pick. But these two guys have been pretty special for the Phils. Michael, of course, a candidate for the National League Rookie of the Year, and I guess you consider Odubel as well. No balls, one strike, and a changeup on the inside corner. It's 0-2.
Now you take a look at Odubel. Usually has that big exaggerated leg kick. He gets his foot down and just strides and hits it right back up the middle. I noticed had something looked different about that. You know, he struck out his first at bat against Shields. Maybe made the adjustment. They can do that at bat to at bat. More power to him.
There goes Odubel, and the pitch is chopped toward the hole at shortstop. It's flagged down by Amarista, who twirls and throws over to first in time. Boy, for a moment it looked like Odubel moving was going to give Michael a base hit, but Amarista does cover a lot of ground. No runs, one hit, and one man left in scoring position. Call 1-800-JEFF now or visit jefferson.edu. Buy Toyota. Where will Toyota take you? Visit buyatoyota.com to find out. Toyota, let's go places. And buy McDonald's. Double the loving at McDonald's with a double cheeseburger and small fry for just $2.50. McDonald's, I'm loving it. Bottom of the third, Padres 1, Phillies nothing. Well, Odubel was running on this pitch, and Michael almost had a base hit because of that.
He did. Amarista comes up and fires this ball to first base. We know Michael isn't the fleetest of foot, but it's still a good play by Amarista to get it. Pirouettes and makes a good, strong throw. Obviously not the biggest man on the field, but Amarista can cover some ground.
Now, Pete Buchanan did come out in between innings because there was a question as to whether the first baseman, Leandro Alonso, may have come off the bag. So they were looking at that. As James Shields takes a strike, it's 0-2. But if you are scoring at home, that's a 6-3. Jerko was over there as well, the second baseman, but he was going to cover the second base bag. Curveball hit toward third, and it's scooped up by Maikel Franco. Tuesday, August 18th, when the Phillies begin a quick 2-game series with the Toronto Blue Jays. It's the Toyota Larry Bowa Bobble figurine, free to all fans. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. These bobble figurines are always popular, and that one is sure to be big-time popular. Larry, of course, began his managerial career out here in San Diego. And Marista takes a strike, 0-1. There's a changeup that it knocks off the glove of Nola into shallow right field. So that'll go down as a base hit. Probably would have been fielded cleanly by Chase Utley. But I think if you're Nola, you're probably thinking you should have fielded it cleanly.
Yeah, it's reactionary. You want to go get it. I think Chase definitely would have gotten to this baseball, albeit on a backhand, but I still think he would have made that play.
Yeah, it's really tough to tell a pitcher not to take a stab at it, because it is, as you said, there's a lot of reflexes involved in it.
Yep.
Solarte flied out to center field his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. One of the remarkable statistics about Aaron Nola during his professional career is his walks, hits per innings pitched, the statistic that people call the whip. Now, his whip for his year plus professional baseball, that one's low, 3-0, is 1.05. And that's pretty darn good. His whip so far with the Phillies through 3 starts is 0.96. So that means that he's averaging less than 1 walk or hit per inning pitched. A combination of the 2.
Well, this day and age of baseball, there's a lot of stats that I think just don't mean anything. Mm-hmm. The whip, you know, for me, is a number that I really like, because walks, I cannot stand walks. Mm-hmm. Can't stand them. So in my opinion, the whip is a good stat for baseball.
3-1 pitch, line drive, base hit into right field. So back-to-back hits now for the Padres. Amarista takes a big turn around second, and if the throw wasn't over the head of Galvis, they may have gotten him on the backside. I don't think Dominic Brown meant to throw it over the head of Freddie Galvis. I think it just sailed. But they're 2 on with 1 man down. No, well, he may have tried to throw it over his head.
Tell you, Dom didn't have any assists in yesterday's ball game, but he had some very, very good throws from the outfield. And a couple to second base. The one he threw home that Andre Ethier had the that fadeaway slide at home plate. It was an outstanding throw.
Well,
from right field.
They have talked to him about being more aggressive with his throws, not only on the play you just talked about, but just in plays in general. Don't take a play off. Don't lob a ball. Don't kind of lob a ball just to look cool.
Yeah.
Let it fly. Matt Kemp grounded out his first time up, grounded out to third. Padres threatening, already up 1-0. And a curveball, little low, 1 ball, no strikes.
And he can let it fly because he creates so much backspin when he throws a baseball. He can keep it lower because his ball carries so far in the air. He doesn't have to throw it higher. So therefore, he's going to be hitting the cutoff man on a more consistent basis.
Swing and a miss. Change up. 1 ball, 1 strike. It does not happen that often, but the Padres acquired Matt Kemp from the Los Angeles Dodgers this past offseason. They are rivals in marketing. They are rivals in the division.
They're only about an hour and a half apart.
Depending on traffic.
Depending on traffic.
Another 1-hit foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Matt Kemp.
Because I think those 3 terms follow any conversation when you're discussing traffic in California. Depending on traffic.
We have gotten up there when we traveled by bus when we play the Dodgers.
Yeah.
We've gotten up there quickly, and then we've got up there other times where it's taken a long time. Thank goodness for the In-N-Out burgers. There's the 1-2 pitch coming to Kemp. Just missed down low. 2-2. That's what Murph was talking about before about the 2-strike pitches. How Cameron Rupp sometimes is comfortable with a variety of pitches from Aaron Nola. That's a balk. Did he step off?
He did.
Oh, they called timeout. Okay. I was wondering why he stopped because he was in full motion. Home plate umpire Mike Estabrook called time.
It was granted late. Very late.
Swing and a miss. He got him. 92 on that sinker. And there are 2 outs. Strikeout number 2 for Aaron Nola. Well, it's now time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag #PhillyPhotoDatoStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile.
Ball went straight down.
He has got that consistent movement. Well, I think this guy is tougher than the last guy to get. Justin Upton, who was hit by a pitch his first time up. He can strike out with the best of them, but there's a curveball taken for strike 1, and no throw by Cameron Rupp. He had a play over third, but I don't think he was comfortable with Franco sliding in.
Yeah,
So
that
Marte didn't
situation,
go.
2 outs. Be careful. You don't want to throw a ball down the left field line and not be able to get out of this inning with no runs.
Well, he did have him, though. Or he had at least a chance for him.
Yeah, it would have been tough. But Cameron does have one of the strongest arms in the league that I've seen.
Another curveball on the inside corner, 0-2.
The one spot with Justin Upton is down in. He's almost like a lefty with regards that he can hit the pitch out up over the plate. He can drive that ball to right center, and the pitch down and in. He's always done well with that pitch down and in. He kind of golfs it out to left field. So you have to stay away with those two regions.
Kind of like his brother in his first at bat, Melvin.
Yes.
The pitch was down and in, then he lifted to left. Good throw over to first base. So Solarte is back. Fly ball right field. Dominic Brown venturing back toward the wall, reaches up, makes the attempt. It's off his glove. He runs it to the wall, and 2 runs will score. Upton's on his way to third, and the Padres lead it 3-0. He had it, then it spun out, then he hit the wall. I have to say, it was very difficult to tell because the board blasted a color of light blue, and for some reason everything was lost in it. Look at it right there. You know what? I don't even know if it hit his glove or not.
It's just hard to tell from that light on that right field wall.
Well, here we go.
No.
Still can't tell. I think he just missed it.
I don't think he even touched it.
Well, they'll score that a triple. Hey, he didn't catch it.
No.
Or he didn't touch it, I should say. That is the second triple of the year for Upton. And there's a one-hopper to Ryan Howard. Nola's there to cover. 3-1 on the putout, and the side is retired. Well, 2 runs scored. Justin Upton has scored a run. He's driven in 2. We'll go to the 4th inning with the Phillies in a hole, down 3-0 to San Diego. Whether you're preserving your best work or safely destroying your most confidential documents, Swingline and WB Mason deliver a cut above the rest. Who but WB Mason? Well, the Padres have jumped out to a 3-0 lead as we go to the top of the 4th inning. Dominic Brown had a chance to finish off the inning, but couldn't come up with a ball that probably should have been caught out in right field.
Yeah, we talk about 0-2 pitches all the time. That's not one you need to make right there. 0-2, that pitch. Could the ball have been caught in right field? Probably. But the pitch in itself has to be better, 0-2. Justin Upton is not going to miss that pitch.
Ryan Howard takes down and away.
He's just too good. And that's a ball that was middle, maybe a little bit towards the outer third. Way too good.
Ryan Howard sends one in the air down the left field line, slicing out of play, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Justin Upton was trying to give it to a fan. It popped out a couple times, and he picks it up again.
Nice gentleman. See, he was raised the right way.
foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Howard. Ryan has 25 RBIs since the 5th of July, which is second in the National League. Second only to Carlos Gonzalez, who has been on a torrid pace for the Rockies. Two and two. Aaron Nola has allowed 3 runs so far through the first 3 innings. Hoping his offense can continue what has been a pretty good run for them. Think about the last game, he gave up 2 runs, and then the Phillies scored 12 unanswered.
Yep.
And won that game against the Braves. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Ryan Howard. Ground ball toward the hole, backhanded by Jerko, flips it to first in time. And 1 out.
You look at this ball that's hit, it's a very good play by Jerko. And, you know, it's just amazing to me that ball is hit straight away second base. And he's got to range into shallow right center field, make the play off balance. It's a very good strong throw back across the diamond. Good stretch there by Alonso, but it's just straight away second base. And he ends up making the play way out there.
Brown struck out his first time up. He takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Last 14 games, Dominic Brown is hitting .367, which has raised his average up to .250, where it sits right now. Chops it foul. And it's even 1-1. In the air to right field. That's well hit. Going back on it is Kemp. He'll just sit and watch. This is a long home run for Dominic Brown. And the Phillies are on the board. It's a 3-1 ball game. 4th homer of the year for Dominic. Well, that'll ease things a little bit.
Well, he hit it and he knew it.
And it made a winner out of Disa Gander, who's won $100 thanks to Dominic and the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Way to go, Disa. Gets a hanger here by Shields. That was as good a swing as I've seen. It was a powerful swing. It was effortless, but the bat just really flew through the zone.
Freddie Galvis now stands in. He singled his first time up.
That looked like that little slider we saw him strike out Chase Utley with, that backdoor slider. That's what it looked like right there to Dom.
Just grabbed a little bit too much of the plate.
Way too much of the plate.
Well, good for Dominic to respond to it. Fastball for a strike to Freddie Galvis. Phillies now with 76 home runs as a team. It's the 1 extra base category that they're toward the bottom at. Doubles and triples, they're toward the top in the National League. I think that's the pitch that he wanted to throw to Dominic Brown. Outside, 1-2. Change up, waved at, and there are 2 outs. 5 strikeouts now for James Shields. When we talk about the Phillies offense and how it's been better since the All-Star break, really since the 1st of July. This is a quote from Zach Greinke after yesterday's game. So they're probably up there with the best top 5 hitters we have to face. They probably don't get people saying that too often. But I was looking at their numbers and what they hit. They are really solid. Maybe they don't have the super superstar like the Mike Trouts of the world, but all 5 of those are really tough outs.
High praise coming from Zach Greinke.
Cody Ashley takes low, 1-0.
Who's had his way with pretty much every lineup that he's faced this year.
Yeah, Phillies got 6 runs against him yesterday. Now, Murph, he did not look like a Cy Young Award candidate this time. He did his last time, but that was a pretty good compliment that Greinke threw out there.
And, it was a very good compliment, Tom. And Pete Mackanin was told about that today. He hadn't seen that comment from Zach Greinke. And when told about it, he said, that's really nice to hear. He said the other day that he was sitting in the dugout and he was talking to Bob McClure, and they were looking up at the board at Citizens Bank Park where the batting averages, are listed next to his lineup. And he said early in the season, you'd look at it and you'd see 220 and 232 and 208, and guys were really struggling. He said, but, just the other day he was looking at it and he's seeing 288, 283, 290, and guys at the top of the order who have really turned things around. And he said, a lot of that credit has to go to Steve Henderson and to John Miserock, who have been preaching all season long to change their approach in order to get those batting averages up, and it's starting to work.
Well, if James Shields keeps throwing the changeup with 2 strikes, the Phillies are going to have to adjust their approach tonight. Dominic Brown didn't have to adjust anything with this at bat. He puts the Phils on the board, takes a breaking ball out of the yard here at the top of the 4th. We'll move to the bottom of the 4th inning with the Phillies down by 2. Dealer, visit DelValHondaDealers.com and buy Yellowwood brand pressure treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it. Well, Ben Davis and Greg Murphy were in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Padres lead it 3-1. They had a fortunate misplay out in right field by Dominic Brown that led to a triple for Justin Upton that led to 2 runs. And now as we begin the bottom of the 4th, Chase Utley can't handle that ground ball off the bat of Jed Jerko. That is a playable ball right there.
I don't know why he goes into the slide. Just put your glove down, catch the ball, throw it to first. I don't get it. I mean, you're right there. You actually almost slid past the ball. His glove's on the other side. It's just reach down and catch it.
So now Derek Norris, who singled his first time up. One ball, no strikes to Norris. Norris picked up an RBI in his first at bat.
This is the last time I'll bring it up. I don't want to beat it to death, but the 0-2 pitch last inning to Upton. A pitch he can most likely get away with at times in AA, AAA. Big league level, that's not going to happen. You know, on the positive side, it's a learning experience for him. It's not the way you want to learn, but at some point it has to happen if you're going to progress in this game.
That line drive is caught by Utley. The throw to first is not in time. Yeah, there's one away. Soft line drive. Chase got it. Jerko, though, does get back. And here is Melvin Upton Jr. Flied out to left field his first time up.
He looks eerily similar to BJ.
Oh, with a new team comes a new name. Curve ball down and away, 1-0.
Is there any particular reason he wants to be called Melvin? Obviously, it's his given name.
So at a Major League scoreboard, the Rockies defeated the Nationals 5-4. Nats had a lead in the 8th inning. Drew Storen could not handle it or hold it. Carlos Gonzalez homered in that one. Well, he wanted to follow his father. Now, what is BJ stood for Boss Man Jr., which is a nickname that his dad had. So he went with his given name, Melvin.
Good enough for me.
Ooh, 2-1. Well, the Mets gain another game on the Washington Nationals. They defeat the Rays 4-3. Wilmer Flores had an RBI single in the 9th inning. Turned out to be the game winner for the Mets. Foul back to the screen, 2-2. A few more balls than normal for Aaron Nola tonight if you look at his splits.
I like the Padres' approach against him tonight. You know, they're not trying to pull him, staying in the middle of the field.
Curve ball popped up. Cameron Rupp and Ryan Howard come running over toward the Padres dugout, and Cameron makes the basket catch, and they're 2 away.
Boy, that would have been a train wreck. Two big boys going at it there. Cameron does make the basket catch there. Never did like these. Going over towards the on deck circle. Got the donuts and the weights and the rosin bag, pine tar, everything over there.
And he literally just missed the weighted bat in the on deck circle.
That's why I never liked it.
Shields grounded out to third base his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. Pitches are awfully close.
Sure are.
Ryan Howard will give this a look. It'll be out of play, and it's now 2 balls and 1 strike to Shields.
funny. Shields, for being in the American League for all those years, really handles the bat decently.
You know how pitchers are, though. They take it seriously, even if they don't get a chance to do it that often. Picked up his first major league hit against the Phillies. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. There's the movement we were talking about. There have been some fastballs where he hasn't had that late movement. But that one right there, you can see the tail right at the end. Bob Scanlon, who does the Padres radio, was talking about that today when he was watching video of Noah. That ball got a piece of the home plate umpire, Mike Estabrook.
It's almost like he has two different types of sinkers. One that goes down and in, or down and away to a lefty, down and into a righty, and the one that just goes straight down.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like every now and again he'll get inside of it a little bit more and create a little bit more run.
That one got away a little bit. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So the runner will be off at first base. That's Jerko. He reached on a leadoff single here in the 4th inning. Top of the order, Alexi Amarista will follow Shields. Jerko goes, and the pitch is swung on and missed, and the side is retired. So strikeout number 3 for Aaron Nola. He allows a hit, leaves one. We'll head to the 5th inning. The Phillies trailing at 3-1. Answer. All right, Ben, here we go. Which 2 Padre pitchers combined for a 1-hitter against the Phillies on April 5th, 1997? The 1 hit was a Rico Bronia double in the 5th inning.
Well, if there were 2 combined, I'm going to have to say at least 1 pitcher was involved, and I'm sure it was in, and that's Trevor Hoffman.
Trevor Hoffman is correct. Nice job by you.
Number 51, the only person I could think of 10 numbers short of him, number 41, Sterling Hitchcock.
Sterling Hitchcock is correct. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Thanks for playing Jeep Stump the Fans.
I enjoyed catching both of them tremendously.
Sterling's doing some teaching now, some baseball teaching, some pitching lessons. Here's Cameron Rupp to lead it off. He's 0 for 1. He flied to center his first time up. Phillies trail at 3-1 as we begin the 5th inning. It's James Shields. And it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, he got a hanger his first time up and hit a very high pop up to center field. And it was one that he wishes that he had back, I'm sure.
That one is dribbled foul up the first base line. That was a big man swing, and he got it right off the end of the bat.
Been there, done it.
James Shields has only one win in his last 11 games. In fact, he's 1-4 during that time with 6 no decisions. The Padres as a team are 2-9. But during that time, he's getting 2.5 runs of support per outing. Pat Kelly said he's been as good as he has seen, but they just haven't scored runs for him. Pat Murphy, that is. Pat Kelly, the former infielder. There's, ooh, that's a late call by the home plate umpire. Wow.
I thought the pitch before that was actually a little bit better.
And he gets him with a changeup. 7 strikeouts for Shields. What a way. The Goya Latino Family Celebration will be Friday, August 28th when the Phillies take on the Padres at 7:05. Enjoy the foods, music, and dancing of this annual event. Take part in a special live auction inside the first base gate. Order your tickets now. Final weekend of games in the month of August by going to Phillies.com. It's a tough one. You think you have walked, and then all of a sudden you come back and you go down on strikes.
Especially when the pitcher's hitting behind you, knowing you're going to get bunted over, or at least attempted to get bunted over. See Cameron there sitting down next to Chooch. Okay, Chooch, he blew that one. I strike out. How would you go about approaching him next inning? Mike Estabrook. What would you say to him?
Yeah, because you'd want to say something, but you don't want to change the way he's looking at Aaron Nola's pitches. Nola strikes out for the 8th K for James Shields. Only 2 outs here in the 5th. He already has 8 strikeouts. And that'll bring Chase Utley to the plate. Utley is 0 for 2. He is struck out and he's grounded out to second. His average at 177. He's been out since the 24th of June. Fly ball left field. And Justin Upton is there. And he makes the catch. The Phillies go down 1-2-3. Well, Chase hasn't seen many pitches here tonight. We've played 4.5. We'll move to the bottom of the 5th inning in San Diego with the Phillies trailing it 3-1. than 6 million people in the greater Philadelphia region. There's ample opportunity to help. Build houses, volunteer, or be a mentor. Visit citizensbank.com/community to learn more. At Citizens Bank, we want to help you bank better. So the next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. Last of the fifth inning, 3-1. Padres on top. There's Cameron Rupp chatting with the home plate umpire. It had to be brought up, right?
Had to. Be seething all night if you didn't bring it up. No, you still got it wrong. You still got it wrong. I'll let you know.
Here's Emerista, who takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Now it's a tricky relationship between a catcher and a home plate umpire. 2 balls, no strikes. Emerista is 1 for 2. He singled and scored. He's also flied to left. Three pitches in basically the same spot. Just sailing away.
Seemed to be really falling off towards the first base line. Arm dragging behind. Never really giving his arm a chance to catch up.
Towards center field, Odubel Herrera is under it. It'll make the catch for the first out here in the 5th inning. And Solarte will be coming up. Well, tonight Chase Utley starting at second base moves up the ladder of games played. He's now tied with Ed Delahanty. Mike Schmidt, of course, has the all-time lead with 2,404. Jimmy Rollins is second. Chase now at 1,544. And most likely will be out there again tomorrow. We mentioned earlier that Pete Buchanan said that Cesar will probably play shortstop tomorrow. At least that's the plan. But then he did say, you know, it's going to be a day-to-day thing. Curved ball. And it's 0-1 to Solarte, who singled his last time up and scored.
Have you seen a couple of the curveballs from this angle on the TV on the monitor compared to what we're watching live? It just seems like the one on the monitor doesn't really do it any justice. It seems like there's a whole lot more break when we're watching it live, and that makes any sense.
Odubel comes running in. He's under it. Makes the catch, 2 away. There definitely does seem like there's more movement watching it from behind Cameron Rupp instead of watching it from the center field.
Yeah, it's just like I'm watching, watching it live as opposed to watching on the monitor. On the monitor, yeah, it looks like it's moving a lot, but
doesn't do it justice.
It doesn't.
Matt Kemp is 0 for 2. He's grounded out to third. He's also struck out. They have a 3-man overshift on for Kemp. Down and away, 1-0. It is so funny to see this overshift more and more. I think this year more so than any other year. That kid went a jumping behind home plate, and that ball went screaming out toward the net. Watch him over the Padres.com. Look out.
Like me in the front row the other night on the foul ball. Two-0 breaking ball on Kemp, who you got a ground out and a strikeout against.
And now you walk him on 4 pitches. So he's aboard with 2 outs, and Justin Upton's coming up. Busting the 2-run triples last time up. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph.
All right, thanks, Tom. Well, as promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game, brought to you by T-Mobile. Today's photo comes from Bert Digga 21, and it's a round of golf while supporting the Phils. Kind of doing double duty. They're taking a little break from their round of golf to show their support for the Fighting Phils. Remember, tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Philly Photo Data Strong Fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by the good folks at T-Mobile.
Yeah, I'd love to see some of the photos from the fans who are out here in San Diego. This is a 3-city trip: San Diego, Arizona, and then Milwaukee. Yeah, there are a lot of fans, including a group of over 100 that are out on as part of the Phillies road trip. Here's Upton, who takes a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Here they are.
And they received those golf shirts as well, correct?
They did. Murph has one of those golf shirts. He was sporting it today. It looked outstanding. As Noah steps off.
Murph can make just about anything look good.
Pima Cotton.
When you mix it with Pima Cotton.
I don't even know what Pima Cotton is, but
Murph sure does like to say it, though.
Yeah, it does. 0-1 to Upton. Kemp leads off first. Matt Kemp has stolen 9 bags this year. He's been caught one time. He used to be a threat on the base paths all the time when he was with the Dodgers. No balls, 1 strike. Curveball popped foul out of play, and it's 0-2. Oh, nice catch by a gentleman in the front row at the second level.
Well, we talk about learning from our mistakes. Last time, 0-2, made a bad pitch. This time, same situation, 0-2, Justin Upton, and see how he adjusts.
What are you thinking here? You don't want changeup. I know that, 1 and 2.
I'd just like to see him change his eye level a little bit. Maybe one hard 4-seamer in at the belt, maybe even up a little bit higher. Maybe even double up inside, but it's got to be at the belt. I talked about how he can really drop the head on pitches down and in. Go with that 4-seamer as opposed to that 2-seamer that can run.
They try to change up again, just like they did in his previous at bat. This time it was sort of out of the strike zone, and now it's 2-2. As Kemp leads off first, the count 2 balls, 2 strikes to Upton. And I think Cameron Rupp may say something again. Now, I thought the pitch to Rupp was low. That one there, I would consider low also. But based on the strike they called on Cameron, it was in the area. You would kind of just ask Larry Bowa, where was that? Runner goes, 3-2 pitch. Fouled at home plate. And the count remains full, 3-2.
I know umpires are not supposed to get caught in the middle of different things and who's who, but you know, nothing against Cameron, but it's Cameron Rupp and it's Justin Upton. You know,
it's James Shields and Aaron Nola.
Yeah.
We thought that yesterday, even with Zach Greinke, that he was getting some pitches.
I know that makes us sound like homers, but I think it definitely is a factor.
Kemp will go again. He's got a huge lead off first, and the pitch is inside, ball 4. Justin Upton draws a walk. So back-to-back walks issued by Aaron Nola. Bob McClure is going to head out to the mounds. Boy, it totally changes the complexion of the inning. But it doesn't change the way his demeanor is, which I think is
speaks volumes.
Well beyond his years. With the lefty Yonder Alonso coming up, he's 0 for 2. He's grounded out to second. He's also grounded out to first. Mike Estabrook going out to break up the conversation. Bob McClure saying something to Estabrook on that pitch. Thrown out of the ball game. Bob is pretty mild-mannered. He may not have been when he was a player, but he's pretty mild-mannered. But he definitely wanted to get a few cents in to Mike Estabrook. You could tell the bench was upset when Larry picked up the phone, and Pete just asked if he was thrown out of the game. Pete was on the phone. And Bob getting some words in before he heads back to the clubhouse. I think he had every right to do it. Every right to gripe.
Yeah.
And we don't know what he said.
He got thrown out, and then Bob said, "For what?" Thank you, now go.
Well, somebody, I guess, had to say something. It's the only time, really, you see anybody get thrown out now is to discuss balls and strikes. The way instant replay has become. You saw Cameron was upset when the pitch was called a ball, just by his body language. So now they've got to deal with Yonder Alonso with runners on first and second. Curveball, that's in there, 0-1. Outside, change up, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And that's a pitch, I think, if he is going to improve on his numbers against lefties, that's one of those pitches that he has to be more consistent with. That pitch not even close to starting as a strike out of his hand. Yonder spits on it.
Fastball at times tonight. The last couple innings has been around 89 miles an hour. He can run it up to 91, 92. It's a long inning for him, though. 22 pitches, 83 pitches overall. but still well within reach, down just by 2, trying to get the last out here in the 5th. Chopper back toward the mound. Flag down by Aaron Nola. Heck of a play. And the side is retired. He went high in the air to pull it out of the air. He leaves 2 after a couple of walks. We'll go to the 6th inning. Odubel will lead it off when we come back. Continuing to open eyes of advanced scouts all around baseball. A slow start in May has turned into a sensational summer. Mike Cal is swinging his bat with confidence and is piling up production. He's among all rookie leaders in home runs, doubles, and RBIs. Franco's other game has been on display as well, defending the hot corner at a high level with skill and precision. The Phillies' young third baseman has been a treat to watch. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Our Independence Blue Cross Philly of the week, Maikel Franco, is due up second here in the top of the 6th inning. Phillies trail at 3-1 to James Shields and the Padres. Shields has struck out 8. Odubel Herrera has one of the 3 hits for the Phils tonight. So he'll start things off here in the top of the 6th. First pitch fastball on the outside corner, 1-0, or 0-1, I should say. And we're up in Aaron Nola chatting. James Shields is working on 8 straight years of double-digit victories. His high water mark was 16 and 15 in 2012. Swing and a miss.
I think he's at that point tonight where he's just going to keep throwing it until they hit it. That changeup is a good one.
Off the end of the bat, foul.
Another one.
It'll be interesting to see what they do in the offseason because they have other moves they have to make if they decide to trade James Shields. I mean, he's still a durable pitcher, although it's, as you mentioned, a pretty good amount of money.
You bring that up, being durable. He is. And for being I would say he's pretty darn close to being a max effort starter.
He has won 122 games during his major league career, 122 and 94. One ball, 2 strikes. Check swing. Did he go? No. Says Dana DeMuth.
You see a double and no way.
Did a little Dikembe Mutombo, did he? That one's hit sharply, diving, stopped by Alonso. Flips to James Shields, covering. He's out at first base. It's a nice play all the way around.
All the way around except for
Odubel Herrera.
Sliding head first into first base.
All right, he feels like he may have beat it. Let's take a look again at a Hyundai defensive play of the game.
It is a very good play by Yonder Alonso. James Shields getting there a little late. I do still think he is out. I doubt there's a whole lot of kids still awake on the East Coast, but kids, don't do it. You're going to break a finger at some point.
He definitely got him, and you're right. He went into that bag hard. He's fortunate that the hand was up, that he didn't bend the wrist back. But if you do slide, sometimes you have to because the throw is in the baseline, but it does slow you down.
It does.
Michael takes down and away. 1 ball, no strikes.
And I think that was the 5th, maybe 6th. I want to say it was the 5th consecutive changeup that he saw.
Definitely had his timing down more on that one.
Oh, smoked.
On the outside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike to Michael. He says, yep, that was a strike. Chopper foul past John Mizarok.
It is close.
Right
Shields get the toe of his spike, but too many bad things can happen.
In the air to left field. That's well hit. Going back on it is Upton. Back toward the wall. Does he have room? He does. He makes the catch right at the foot of the wall. And there are 2 outs.
Michael visibly upset here as he runs off the field. The bat toss leads me to believe that he thought he got it. I thought he got it. Tom, you knew better than to say, but I'll tell you what, I thought it was well out of here.
Well, it did die, and obviously there's a lot blocking any kind of breeze. Yeah, he's upset about it. But it definitely did die as it went out toward left field.
You see that reaction? He got just north of the pitcher's mound there coming off the field. You see him hit his head in disgust.
There's Ryan Howard with 2 away. Estabrook telling Howard to get back in the box. He's complaining about that pitch. We may not have seen our last ejection of the night, particularly if the inconsistency of the strike call are going to continue like this.
Well, if it is, then you make the adjustments. Nothing you can do about it.
There's a change up, 1-2.
Does it feed into James Shields? Possibly. But just let you know that, hey, I can't let anything be close. I have to swing the bat.
That one's out toward right center field. That's a towering shot. How far is it going to go? It's going to go just to the foot of the bleachers above the sand. A solo home run for Ryan Howard. It's a one-run game. 19th home run of the year for Howard. That is a big-time home run right there.
Peace. You see James Shields ask Derek Norris's catcher, middle? Is that middle? Goes to the back door. That slider slurve ends up being middle. Peace goes down and gets it. Watch him use his lower half here. Really drives the baseball with that lower half. Gets good extension.
He knew it.
And he knew it.
Dominic Brown rolls one out to second base. Jerko's up with it. And the side is retired. But the Phillies draw to within one. A solo home run by Ryan Howard. It's their second home run of the night against James Shields. Middle of the sixth. It's a 3-2 game. Further by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies, and by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop Nissan.com. Well, Ryan Howard's home run went an estimated 426 feet to right center field. And that's pulled the Phils to within 1, 3-2. Jed Jerko leads it off, and he's hit by a pitch. Second batter that Aaron Nola's hit tonight. The Padres have the leadoff man aboard.
That homer by the big piece. That's in big boy land.
Well, that home run moves Ryan Howard into a tie with Del Ennis for extra base hits in Phillies history. So those two are tied for fifth. Next up is Chuck Klein.
Of course.
Here's Derek Norris, an RBI single, a line out to second. That one's hit sharply through the hole on the left side, a base hit. So back-to-back base runners. And here is Melvin Upton. Luis Garcia starts to throw in the bullpen. The Cannons going out to talk to Aaron Nola. Remember, Bob McClure has already been ejected from this game, so when Pete goes out, it's not always to take the pitcher out. Garcia has just started to throw in the pen.
Noel's done a good job, a decent job against the lefties tonight, not only allowing the 2 singles, but he's given up 4 hits to righties.
Right. See if he can roll a double play ball here. Upton does run well. He's 0 for 2. He's flied to left. He's also popped out to the catcher. You've got Upton, and then you have James Shields in the on deck circle. Brendan Maurer's warming up in the Padres bullpen. Upton takes low. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's Maurer.
He's yanked a few pitches to that side of the plate tonight. I think he's holding on to the baseball just a little too long. I think he's going to get Garcia going in a hurry.
Yeah, try to speed him up a little bit.
If he does happen to get Melvin now, we need a pitcher on deck. Garcia comes in, good strikeout pitcher. A couple punches and get out of the inning.
'88 at the knees, and it's 2-1. Same spot. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 87 and 88 miles an hour with the last 2 fastballs. Counting tonight, he's a little north of 130 innings for the season. Two and 2 to Upton. Curveball waved at and missed. A strikeout here in the 6th inning for the first out. It's his 4th K of the night. Oh, that's a big out right there. As Chip Kelly prepares the Birds for the upcoming preseason, get training camp updates from our Eagles insiders on Countdown to Kickoff every morning and every night on Sportsnet Central, only on Comcast Sportsnet. So James Shields is the batter. He's 0 for 2. He's grounded out. He's also struck out.
Most likely will be bunting. Just get an out. You already have 1 out. Make sure you get an out.
He does square and he takes a strike. It's 0-1. I would think when, and I'm not saying it's tonight, but when Aaron Nola's ball is really running, he's got to be difficult to bunt against, particularly for an inexperienced hitter slash pitcher.
Because square on the bunt, you have to, the hand-eye coordination, that's where it really comes into play. Nice play, Hammond.
Jerko is back ahead of the tag. No balls and 2 strikes.
Because you want to square it up. You wasn't deading it. Jerko gets back easy, but hey, it's a good thing. It might keep him closer by half a step, maybe a stride. Could be the difference in getting an out at third base or even home plate.
By the way, the umpires just signaled that was a ball that he called on the last pitch, so it's 1-1 to James Shields. Corners creep in. Shields squares. And he tries to bunt and does foul, and it's 1-2.
If you have a ball that's moving that much, it's hard to square a ball up, especially when you're just trying to deaden it.
1-2 pitch. He squares again. He tries to bunt a curveball and bunts it foul. Look at the movement on that curveball. Back-to-back strikeouts, and there are 2 outs with 2 on. What do you think? You let him go after Emerista here?
I don't. I think 95 pitches, we're really seeing that velocity drop off. 87, 88. I don't like that part of it. I know velocity is just another number. But there is a big difference between 87 and 92 and 93. It's a big difference.
Well, Luis looks like he's ready, but they're going to let Aaron Nola try to get Emerista here. He's 1 for 3. He's flied out twice. He singled and scored. Singled and scored in the 3rd. Change up, and it's 0-1. Tried a fastball that misses outside and low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Make a pitch here. Boy, would this give him a lot of confidence getting out of this.
Well, they're putting a lot of confidence in him by even letting him stay out there.
They are. 1st and 2nd. Nobody out. Be able to get out of this. I know they're at the bottom of their lineup, but hey, that still would be a lot for a younger kid to get through 6 innings without having his good stuff. That's pitching. It's learning how to pitch. Make a pitch.
Curveball and a called strike 3 right on the outside part of the plate. Emerista doesn't think so. Aaron Nola, after hitting a guy and allowing a single, then strikes out the next 3 batters. This is a big-time strikeout right here by the rookie right-hander. He gets Emerista looking. They may have gotten a break on that, but he'll take it. Time now for your Delaware Valley Honda Dealers game summary. The Phillies and the Padres game 1 of this 3-game series. We'll go to the 7th inning. It's a 3-2 ball game. Aaron Nola able to battle his way through 6 innings tonight. James Shields gets set to begin his 7th inning of work. Phillies have gotten solo home runs by Dominic Brown and Ryan Howard. So we start the top of the 7th with Freddie Galvis against James Shields. Galvis takes a strike. It's 0-1. Aaron Nola getting handshakes from Pete Buchanan and Darren Ruff. 99 pitches. His afternoon, or I should say his evening, is most likely done. 1 ball, 1 strike. Those 2 guys right there have made it a 1-run game. Although if you ask Dominic, he probably would tell you that if he caught the ball out in right field, they'd have a 1-run lead. There's the 1-1 pitch to Freddie Galvis. Outside, 2-1. Padres have a lefty and a righty. Mauer's the righty. He's been warming up for a little bit. Zabchinski is the lefty, the veteran. I didn't even know he was still pitching until he was traded to the Padres.
Never forget a name like that.
Cardinals, Blue Jays. Freddie Galvis hit that ball twice. 2-2. Galvis lines one softly to second base, and there's 1 out. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Matt currently is watching the Phillies game on MLB.TV.
Is he?
Yeah. I'm assuming. Outside, 1-0. As she's walked, he is struck out tonight.
It's just one changeup after another. I'll give him credit that the location of these pitches are excellent. He's very consistent at getting that pitch down and away to lefties.
But not down and away enough where it's not called a strike.
Correct.
She got a piece of it, but there it was again, just floating away. I do think it's got to be nerve-wracking as a hitter when you get 2 strikes, when you have a, I mean, let's face it, an umpire that hasn't been that consistent tonight behind the plate. As you look at the average speeds of the pitches thrown by Shields. But you got to be a little jumpier as a hitter when that happens. That one's hit well out toward right center field. Going back on it is Kemp. It is gone. 3rd solo home run of the night for the Phils, and they've just tied it up.
Set.
It's a 3-3 ball game.
Useful.
6th home run of the year for Cody Ashe, and that was a hanger, and he took it right on out of the yard.
What a good swing. You talk about using your legs, using your lower half, and Mayer's at the 3rd time he's been beaten on that pitch. James, you might want to stop throwing it to lefties.
Or keep on throwing it, depending on how you look at it. It was the 100th pitch of the night for James Shields. Here's Cameron Rupp, and Rupp takes a pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. So 3 solo home runs for the Phils tonight. After Rupp, the pitcher's spot, Andres Blanco's in the on-deck circle. There's a towering fly ball to left field. Justin Upton comes running in after freezing for a moment. 2 outs. So Andres Blanco will indeed pinch hit. Derek Norris out to talk to Shields. Here's the 3 home runs for the Phils. High breaking pitch.
They're high breaking pitches, and they're supposed to be away. Don Brown gets him. Big Piece clips him. And Cody Ashe goes up top. I tell you what, they're the 3 sane pitches. And he really hasn't thrown them until he gets to where he thinks it can be a strikeout situation. To Chase Utley to lead off the ball game, it's pretty much been change up, change up, change up. Talking about throwing your hands at a baseball and using your lower half.
Blanco takes a strike, 0-1. Now he has thrown some good curveballs tonight.
Yeah.
But there have been 3 that have not been good.
Coming off the bench, this is not an easy task, in the fact that you go up there anxious to hit, ready to hit. It's hard to tell yourself to stay back against a guy that's throwing a lot of changeups.
This is most likely Shields' last batter. If he loses Blanco, he figures Zubczynski will come in to face Chase Utley. There's a strike to it too. You wonder if that happens if Pete Mackanin goes with Cesar Hernandez to pinch hit for Utley if they bring in the lefty. These are different times.
I would say if he were in scoring position, but not if he's just on first.
Little dribbler up the third base line. Solarte comes charging in, bare hands, no play, and Blanco's aboard an infield hit. And Chase is coming up to the plate. And Pat Murphy is going out to the mound, and that looks like it's going to be it for James Shields. He's not happy about it.
About 108 pitches. What do you expect?
He's got the right move going here, because you're going to bring in the lefty to face the left-hander Chase Utley. So pitching change here at Petco Park. James Shields has allowed 3 solo home runs tonight. Ball game tied at 3. 6:05 first pitch. It's presented by Kohl's. Come dressed as your favorite Star Wars character and be entertained by Star Wars characters, music, movie, clips, and more. Go to Phillies.com/theme nights for more info or to order tickets. Well, big game James not happy as he went back to the dugout. Gave up 3 400-foot-plus home runs tonight. Also gave one up to the wall by Maikel Franco. But he's been lifted from this ball game after 6 2/3. Mark Zubczynski, the veteran left-hander, will take over. Numbers as a Padre. Lefty's hitting 125 against him, and he's got a lefty to deal with in Chase Utley.
Too many consonants in the name.
Outside, 1-0. Took folks around baseball some time to pronounce it the proper way. When he first came up, it was Repchinski, not Zep. Now the R is silent. Two balls, no strikes. Chase has struck out, he's grounded out, and he's also flied to left field. There's a line drive, base hit it to center field. Blanco around second, thinking about it, and he stops. It's probably the right decision with runners on first and second with 2 men down. Chase has his first hit of the night. Now Odubel Herrera will be the batter.
This is as aggressive as I've seen Chase Utley. In the years that I've been watching him, even his first at bat, a 1-0 count, leading off the ball game, swings. The second time up, hit a smoke to second base. Jerko makes a good play on, throws him out. First pitch swinging, his third at bat, flew out to left, and there gets a 2-0 count. Usually we'll see Chase Utley take on a 2-0 count. Not this time.
But do you like that, though? I mean,
yeah, I like it.
Numbers wise, he's looking to get started, but
listen, you get a good hitters count 2-0, I'm swinging. Again, it has to be in your spot, but most of the time it's not going to go 3-0 on you.
Odubel's numbers with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. They've jumped up since the 28th of June with 10 opportunities. One ball, no strikes, runners lead off. Chopper back toward the middle, and it's picked up by Amarista. I think that Zubczynski deflected it high in the air, and the side is retired. So the Phillies threaten and do score, and they tie it up on a solo home run by Cody Ashe. Ashe's home run is 6th of the year. Took a hanging breaking ball, hit it over 400 feet. It was a deep one. We're tied at 3 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Phillies will go into their bullpen for the first time. Luis Garcia will be the first one out of the pen, taking over for Aaron Nola, who went 6 innings, cannot fare in the decision tonight. Luis will face 2, 3, and 4 in the Padres lineup. Every time the Phillies retire the opposing team 1, 2, 3, which Aaron Nola did to start the game. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. So Larte leads it off. He's 1 for 3. And the first pitch is down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Luis's numbers: 43 strikeouts and 46 2/3. That fastball by Luis Garcia catches the outside part of the plate and registers 95 miles an hour. And the fast pitch gun, brought to you by Xfinity, the fastest Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Down the right field line toward the corner. That's going to be a fair ball off the base of the wall. So Larte on his way to second. And that's where he'll stop standing. A leadoff double. That was a bullet.
He hit it as hard as it came in. That was a bullet. So pitch on the inner half. Keeps it fair. Keeps his hands inside, doesn't come around. If he comes around that baseball, he's going to smother it to Ryan Howard, maybe even Chase Utley. But good job of getting the barrel on that pitch.
Well, now Matt Kemp. Kemp is 0 for 2 with a walk. He walked his last time up. So the Phillies have tied it up with a home run by Cody Ashley. But now the Padres threaten right out of the chute here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The other part of the Padres, which is different from last year, is that it is a shorter game because of Craig Kimbrell. If they have the lead. Breaking ball, and it's 1-0. James Shields and Derek Norris have been having an ongoing conversation for a while. Shields is now smiling. He wasn't smiling before.
He's like, next time I shake to that backdoor slider to a lefty, come out here and slap me, would you? Pitchers. Don't you love them, Tom?
Can't live with them, can't live without them. 1-2. 96 on that fastball from Garcia.
With a little bit of cut. Luis has to be fired up for he hasn't pitched in 4 days. I know he didn't pitch in the Dodger series.
Yeah, he's been on the shelf. He's warmed up a couple times, but hasn't come in. Got him. Got him with a breaking ball. So Kemp strikes out for the second time. He thought he fouled it.
He did. That is not replayable.
Well, it's time now for your timeless moment, brought to you by Coors Banquet. We talk about the Phillies bullpen and bullpens as a whole. On this date, 1991, Mitch Williams ties the ML record for relief pitchers by beating the Cubs 5-4 at Veterans Stadium in 11 innings for his 3rd victory in 3 consecutive games. So 3 wins in 3 straight games. Justin Upton's the hitter. Upton has a 2-run triple tonight. He's been hit by a pitch. He's walked. His on-base percentage is getting a kick up to a lofty 329. There's a base hit to right field. Solarte going to third, and Dominic Brown's up with it quickly. He's sending him home. The throw to the plate is in time. I don't know what Glenn Hoffman was thinking. Dominic Brown got to that ball quickly and made a strong throw that was helped out by the grass as it skipped right to Cameron Rupp. And the putout goes 9-2, and there are 2 outs.
He comes through this baseball. It's a great play by Dom, obviously, to get that ball and get this ball to home plate, get it to Cameron Rupp. But it's even better play by Cameron, the fact that it's a 2-hopper.
Now they're questioning Rule 7.13 on this. Now, by rule, he is in the base path, but that throw arrived well before Solarte, and the fact that Solarte didn't make an attempt to slide, could cost the Padres on this one.
Because he was out by 12 feet.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we've seen this before, where he's out by so much that it's not overturned, and Rule 7.13 is not a factor. I mean, look, he's not even in the picture yet. Now, this is where the umpires have to use discretion. So there's no way that they can say that Rule 7.13 should be implemented here. The throw did kind of take him toward the baseline, but we've seen earlier this year on a couple of occasions that there was so much distance between the base runner and the catcher when the throw arrived that 7.13 is not put into effect. And I think that's going to happen here.
If it is implemented, you may have to fly solo the rest of the night, partner.
It's silly. That's silly. There's no way. Well, I guess we shouldn't say there's no way, because there is a way. We just kind of have to let this play out. So he is in the way before the ball arrives, but the base runner is not even anywhere near the picture. This is where they have to use their discretion, which they have told us they are doing more and more. I mean, Cameron did have plenty of time to move forward, field that throw, and then step back and apply the tag.
I really don't know what Glenn Hoffman is thinking there. I mean, he's got to know that's the best arm in the outfield.
Yeah.
And as I alluded to earlier in the game, he has been throwing the ball very accurately
and aggressively.
And you know there's going to be a play at the plate. It's kept so low. You notice where Justin Upton is standing right now? At first base.
Right.
He doesn't create all that air underneath the ball. It allows him to go to second base and get in scoring position.
There's the signal from the crew chief, Dana DeMuth, signal to Paul Nart, the first base umpire, that they're looking at 7.13. I mean, look how far he is from home plate. And again, we've seen this before. If they're going to stay consistent, they will not put this in that category. But a lot of times we think one thing and something else happens. So here we go. Honestly, I felt the same way.
My heart was racing.
No, I felt the same way because we don't know this year.
What a great throw by Dom.
Great throw. It's the right call. We've been pretty objective with our thoughts on 7.13. I know you have, but there are times where you can look at it and say, all right, that's a violation of it. And other times is you got to use your common sense and say it's not. Call was confirmed, just to give you an update, which means it was clear. So with 2 outs, Yonder Alonso's the batter, runner at first. Chopper right side, big hop for Chase Utley, and the side is retired. No runs, 2 hits, and 1 man left. Don Brown able to pick things up defensively. We'll go to the 8th, tied up at 3. Buy right and buy Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. Top half of the 8th inning, we are all even at 3. 3 solo home runs for the Phils. And now Joaquin Benoit will take over for the Padres as we go to the 8th inning. 48th game for Benoit. 6-4, a 2.17 ERA. Takes over for Zaczynski. Maikel Franco will lead things off here in the top of the 8th. Franco's 0 for 3. Hit one to the wall in left field his last time up. He's flied to center. He's grounded out.
If you're thinking about ambushing the pitcher coming into a ball game, now would be a good time to do it.
After a high fastball, and it's 1-1. Benoit in the 8th inning. Craig Kimbrell in the 9th inning. Not a bad 1-2 punch. Down and away, 2-1. Ball had some wicked movement on it, didn't it?
It did, but you know, if you're Maikel Franco right now, it'd be nice to hit a home run, yes, but
just get on.
Have to try and get on base here.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 3-2.
You know, he swings wildly at a 2-1 pitch and spits on a 2-2 pitch. I thought it was a very good pitch by Benoit. So hopefully he's seeing it out of his hand here.
Stays alive. He lifts it foul out of play. Ball 4. So he is aboard. And that'll give Ryan Howard another chance here. Ryan Howard, his last time up, made it a 3-2 ball game with a 400-foot plus home run, and James Shields knew it as soon as it left his hands.
I think everyone in the whole ballpark knew that ball was going to carry on out of here.
With that home run, Howard now at 353. He's one away from Luis Gonzalez and Lee May. Currently 89th on the all-time list. How cool would it be to catch Yogi Berra? Yogi Berra 84th, tied with Carlos Lee, El Caballo. Tough fastball, and he threw him something soft, and it's 0-1.
I have to ask Ryan tomorrow. You know, he did have some words with Mike Estabrook earlier in that at bat when he went deep. Say, did that get you riled up a little bit? Maybe put a little extra into that home run swing?
I think it got everybody that was awake in the Delaware Valley riled up. Franco short lead off first. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike to Howard. 105, and he fouls it back. And the count sits 1 ball, 2 strikes to Howard. The plate umpire just told him it was a good pitch.
I know Ryan Howard went deep last time up, but you get a leadoff walk. It's the 8th inning, tie ball game. You have that entire left side of the field open.
What do you want him to do? What do you want him to do?
I would have liked to see him early on just drop one down. It doesn't even have to be that great of a bunt. I mean, it's going to be a base hit. Obviously too late now with 2 strikes. But what an opportune time to do so.
If you can do it.
If you can do it.
Got him with a changeup. Howard strikes out, 1 away, and Dominic Brown's coming up. Dominic Brown also has homered tonight. That was back in the 4th inning. So he's down 3-0 at this point. Boy, it's a great point what you made about all 3 pitches were the same pitches.
Yep.
Well, this is Dominic since the 20th of July. 4 home runs, 14 RBIs at a .365 batting average. Well, that was a pitch he could drive right there, and he pops it up to the 3rd baseman. Murph, 2 outs, runner at first. I think it's time for the Major League Notebook.
It feels like the right time, Tom. Brought to you by St. Joseph's University. And there was a trade in baseball today as veteran Mike Napoli is headed back to the Texas Rangers from the Boston Red Sox. The Rangers front office saying that Napoli will be a right-handed bat off the bench, play a little first base, maybe DH at times, but not expected to catch. He was the emergency catcher in Boston, and he'll play that same role in Texas. But, of course, he was a big part of that Texas Rangers team back in 2011 and 12 as their catcher. They are not bringing him in to catch, though. They have made that very clear. And someone has finally scored off of Clayton Kershaw. The Pittsburgh Pirates did it on the first pitch of the game tonight. Gregory Polanco went deep against Kershaw. That ends his scoreless streak at 37 innings. The Pirates won that game 5-4 in 10 innings. Get this, though. He and Zach Greinke become the first teammates to have 35 innings of scoreless ball or more. Greinke had 45 2/3 earlier this year since 1908. That was the last time the 2 teammates had that long of a scoreless streak on the same team in the same year. So pretty impressive for both of those guys, but that streak is over now.
Yeah, they are pretty dominant ball players. There's no doubt about it. Dodgers lead the division by 3 over the San Francisco Giants. By the way, that wasn't the only trade. Murph gave that trade with Napoli. That wasn't the only trade today. The Braves made a strange trade. They wanted to get rid of Chris Johnson, and they did, to the Indians. And they got Michael Bourne back and Nick Swisher.
That is very interesting.
Yeah. One and 2 to Freddie Galvis with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. In the dirt, 2-2.
Like to see a ball in that right center gap. Watch Mike Hill get on his horse.
And a strike 3 called on the outside corner at the knees, according to Mike Estabrook, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Phillies and the Padres evened up 3. Saturday, August 29th, it's the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 98 Phillies Fathead that's going to be given out free to all fans. It features Maikel Franco. Tickets can be purchased for that ball game and for the entire series against the Padres by going to Phillies.com. First pitch to Jed Jerko is in there. It's 0-1. Jerko is 1 for 2. Broke his bat. Popped up behind second. Utley's there. 1 away.
Hit a new one.
And Derek Norris is coming up. Norris has 2 hits today. He's 2 for 3. Ben, if you're wondering if we're going to see Craig Kimbrel, looks like we are.
No joy.
First pitch to Norris is a breaking ball. It's 1-0. There is Kimbrel. Acquired from the Braves just at the start of the season. His name was bouncing around before the July 31st trade deadline that he might go somewhere else. In fact, the Yankees were even in the mix, although Andrew Miller is perfect this year as far as saves go. 2-0.
He's a little fella with a quick arm. Nice 2-0 breaking ball there by Luis.
Yeah, missed with the fastball, so he came back with the breaking pitch, the slider. He tried it again. It's 3-1. Melvin Upton Jr. in the on-deck circle. Mike Estabrook hearing it from the crowd. I think what made it worse is that Cameron dropped the ball. I mean, because that's been a strike.
I thought it was low.
Did you?
I did.
I thought he may have caught it low or knocked it down low, but it's been a strike tonight.
I think he did drop it because he's trying to raise it up so quickly. Make it more presentable.
Well, that's ball 4. So 1 out walk. And here comes Melvin Upton Jr. Pat Murphy looks like he's still upset about that call. Man's got a big melon. It's not as big as Bruce Bochy's, but it's a big head. Now, he recruited you out of high school, correct?
I went to visit him at Arizona State. Ironically enough, my high school coach at Malvern Prep, Mike Rooney, also went to Malvern, but went and played for Murph at Notre Dame. And Murph got out and actually was his third base coach at Arizona State years later.
Outside, 1-0. He was managing the AAA team for San Diego when they fired Bud Black. And he is the interim manager, so he doesn't have the job going into next year. Upton fouls it over the dugout and toward the upper deck. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Pete Mackanin knows exactly what Pat Murphy's thinking because he is the interim manager through the end of this year for the Phils. I would think both have a chance, though, to be the manager next year.
As do I.
Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Surprised not pinch hitting here. Maybe Dickerson.
Well, they only have a 4-man bench.
That's one of the problems, but I take my chances.
They have Wallace in the on-deck circle. You know you have to pinch hit for the pitcher. Luis, though, you can't fool around here with B.J. Upton. Your fastball's enough to get past him, at least by the way his swings have looked tonight. Elvis Araujo has started to warm up in the bullpen for the Phillies with Wallace on deck. There's Araujo. Phillies added Adam Lowen, as we mentioned, to the bullpen after yesterday's game, another left-hander.
Once you had Wallace announced, you have lefty, and then Amarista's a lefty.
Boy, I didn't even see Estabrook call for time. I really didn't.
Neither did I.
He must have just put his hands in front of his body. Oh, yeah, right there. Just one hand up.
That is late.
Yeah. Cameron might be saying something to him behind the plate. Fouled it away again toward the upper deck. And it remains 3-2. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Phillies and the Padres tied at 3. Cameron's a likable fellow. He knows how to play the game.
Like they made up. Just gonna talk it out, Tom. That's all.
That's it. Can't let it stew, Ben.
There's something I got to tell you. Good grab. Ground ball him right here.
Fouls another one off. That ball went into the press box. So it remains 3-2. He's thrown one fastball after another. He's had a little trouble in this inning with that slider. Boy, that upper deck, that one area in the upper deck is just being peppered with foul balls. Luis is trying everything he can fastball-wise to try to get out of this inning.
This will be the 10th pitch coming this at bat.
5 foul balls so far for Melvin Upton. Got him. He went fishing for ball 4, and Upton is struck out. for the second out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And Brett Wallace will be introduced as the pinch hitter for the Padres. Oh, he just snapped his bat. I don't know how they're able to do that.
I've never even tried it. See, this is exactly what happens when you get into swing mode and you realize you're just a hair late. We saw all those pitches. That was the 10th pitch of the at-bat. But all those pitches that he was late on fouled off over the Padres dugout. So you're thinking in your mind, okay, I know this is mono versus mono right here. Got to gear it up a little bit more. And then you start your swing a little bit more before recognizing the rotation on the baseball. You get a ball in the dirt, you get a strike 3.
So Upton Jr. is struck out. Luis Garcia's night is done. Elvis Araujo is coming on in. See, it's funny, but I would. January 20th to the 24th, 2016. Join legends that include Mike Schmidt for coaching, camaraderie, and baseball like you've never played it before. Take part in a 1-hour clinic by Mike. Create memories that last a lifetime. Book now at PhilliesFantasyCamp.com. Bottom of the 8th inning, 2 men down. Brett Wallace will be the pinch hitter for the Padres. And Elvis Araujo will be the new pitcher. 1-1 with an ERA of 3.30. Elvis takes over for Luis Garcia. And Wallace takes a breaking ball, and it's 0-1. Brett Wallace has played for the Astros, the A's, the Cardinals, and now the Padres. He's also been with the Toronto Blue Jays. Former top pick. Hits it foul. It's 0-2. Michael Franco gave it a look, but it's back a few rows. Fastball way inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Here we go. Action pitch right here.
Came in with a fastball that was down and in, and it remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. 91 on that fastball for Rajo. He's topped off at 95 this year.
I just like things to happen in this situation on 2-2 as opposed to 3-2, where the runner would be off and give him more of an advantage. If something were to happen,
something crazy, something clean,
he could score. If the ball is able to get in the gap, he could score from first.
That one's pulled foul by Wallace.
And the way this ballpark is set up, ball doesn't even have to get to the warning track, especially towards that right center field gap. You know, you get out into this region out in there, and it is just Death Valley out there. It shows you how far Ryan Howard hit his ball earlier. But it is so deep. Runner from first will be off and running. He'll be able to score even if it doesn't reach the track.
Wallace has gotten some swings here against Araujo. Popped him up left side of the infield, and Freddie Galvis is under it. And he puts it away. Side is retired, so Araujo picks up for Luis Garcia. Now Craig Kimbrell will come in a tie ball game. As we go to the top of the 9th inning, Cody Ashley will lead things off. One was the one that tied it.
Supposed to be a backdoor slider slash cutter. Cody Ashley delivers it, really uses his legs on this ball, deposits it in the right center field stands, and that is your W.B. Mason delivery of the game.
All right, well, Cody Ashley will lead things off as we go to the top of the 9th inning. He'll face the Padres closer. A non-save situation, but we're here at home for San Diego, so the closer comes in the top of the 9th inning. Kimbrell has been as good as usual, 31 saves, a 2.76 ERA. He's averaging more than a strikeout per innings pitched. Acquired by the Padres from the Atlanta Braves, along with Melvin Upton, just before the start of the season. Certainly has a familiarity with the Phillies.
The Phillies offense and Phillies fans alike are very familiar with Kimbrell after seeing him so many times with the Braves.
Cody has walked. He's also homered tonight. First pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Now, of course, this is our first time seeing Kimbrell this year. They say that everything's the same. Velocity's the same. The slider's the same. The way he starts his motion is certainly the same. Fastball on the outside corner, 97, 1 ball, 1 strike. That is Not an easy pitch to hit.
Some would say it's unhittable.
His career numbers against the Phillies in 34 games. A 0.84 ERA. There's the slider, and it's 1-2.
Exactly 10 miles an hour off his fastball. That one at 87. Some good life.
Folks were shocked when the Braves traded him away, but Freddie Gonzalez said earlier this year, he said, I always felt like I needed a big money closer at the end of the game. He goes, I thought I'd miss Kimbrel as he gets Ashe looking. He said, and I do miss him as a person, and obviously I miss him as a pitcher, but I'm sort of believing now that you could probably get through it without spending a boatload of money on a closer, that you can get through with a guy like Jason Grilli or Jim Johnson.
Helpless feeling as a hitter. You know it. You just have to
tip your cap.
Tip your cap and walk back to the bench with your tail between your legs.
There's Cameron Rupp. Jenmar Gomez is warming up in the bullpen for the Phils. Cesar Hernandez has come out of the on-deck circle. Cameron takes a fastball and shoots it foul. And it's 0-1.
Good swing there. Very good swing. Well, that's you're Cody Ashe. Okay, you get a fastball dotted down and away on you to make it 1-1, and then backdoor slider. But you got to respect the 97 to 100, and then he drops that on you. It's like nice pitching.
Giles has joined Jenmar Gomez in the bullpen. Check swing, and Rupp is struck out. Put out those 2-3.
Boy, that's a tight breaking ball. I mean, a tight breaking ball. Cameron did have the one to hit in the fastball. He fouled off down the right side. After that, going to be tough.
Well, now Cesar with 2 men down. It's only 7 pitches, too, for Kimbrel.
Yeah.
Cesar on the year hitting .283 with a home run, 24 runs batted in. 1 ball, no strikes, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Cesar can get on here. Kimbrel guy with a very high leg kick. Should be easy to swipe second.
Derek Norris, the catcher, though, has thrown out 27 base runners trying to steal already this year. First things first, though, let's see if Cesar can work out a walk here. There's a strike. It's 3-1. 96 on that fastball. And ball 4. Just a bit low. A 2-out walk. And Chase Utley is coming up. Chase singled his last time up, so he's 1 for 4. Remarkably, he's only faced Kimbrel 8 times in his career.
Huh.
34 games. This is number 35 for Kimbrel against the Phils. Tells you that they don't get a whole lot against him. If Utley's not due up, he may not see him. The thought you were having, whether he would try to steal or not, to try to keep him close.
Yeah, most closers don't have a slide step. You saw with Jonathan Papelbon. He had as high a leg kick as you could find.
Brad Lidge.
Very high leg kick.
Utley takes a fastball for strike one. It's 0-1.
But if you're going to give a runner a pitch to go on, that would have been it. You know, Chase has to take a fastball for a strike.
Another fastball. This one outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fans are not pleased by that call. It did look like it was outside. There goes Hernandez. Pitches hit foul by Utley. Boy, did he have a jump or what? And it's 1-2.
Well, he didn't have a good jump, but he ended up having a good jump because the leg kick is so big.
Yeah.
I thought he could have gone maybe a split second sooner. You take a look at it here, but his Kimbrel's leg kick is so high that it enables you to gain so much ground until he delivers the pitch.
Here we are, top of the 9th inning, game tied at 3. Phillies this year are 6-6 when the game is tied after 8. Utley may get a breaking pitch here with the count 1-2. And he pops it up. He got a fastball, and Solarte, the third baseman, puts it away. Side is retired. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left. So Craig Kimbrel throws a scoreless 9th inning. Amarista, the top of the order when we return for the Padres. Three-game series. Cesar Hernandez stays in the ballgame to play second base for the Phils. And Jenmar Gomez will bat in Chase Utley's spot. Gomez 1-2 with a 2.19 earned run average. He's had himself a solid year. His first season with the Phillies. This was a heck of a pickup by the Phillies. To be able to scout him and think that he could help. He's gotten better as the year has gone on. And he'll face the top of the order. Alexi Amarista, Solarte, and Kemp. There's Chase. The thought is if the Phillies go extra innings, they may need Gomez to pitch more than one. So that's why the double switch.
Well, Genmar has been very good, and I think it's the addition of this changeup. And he's had it, but he's really starting to believe in it a little bit more and throw it a lot more.
Amarista is 1 for 4 tonight. Struck out his last time up. That was against Aaron Nola. Nola went the first 6 innings. And a sinker that misses. 1 ball, no strikes. Little dribbler foul up the first base line, and it's 1-1.
See, that's what I'm talking about. 1-0 changeup. Now, earlier in the season, I don't think we would have seen him using that changeup in that situation, but he believes in it now. Now, Amarista thinking this guy's behind 1-0. He's got to groove one in here for me. No.
And Marista over to the right side. To his left is Hernandez. 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Padres so far this year are 15-14 in games decided in their final at bat. And Solarte, who has 2 hits today, singled and scored in the 3rd. He doubled in the 7th. His average up to 268. There's the changeup that Ben was talking about. It was up and away, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Kemp is the on-deck batter. Starting to get down to the meat of the order for the Padres. That was a sinker that didn't sink. It stayed up.
Solarte looking to send everybody home happy on that swing. I mean, he lets her eat right here. Man, I don't blame him.
Fly ball left field. And Cody Ashley says he has it. Odubel Herrera calls him off. And there are 2 gone. 2 outs. And Matt Kemp is coming up.
You see Solarte's frustration here. Gets another pitch he can handle. Not very enthusiastic about the result there, huh, Tom?
Bat's fault. It's always the bat's fault.
Stupid bat.
Kemp has walked tonight. Otherwise, he has struck out twice and grounded out to 3rd. Well, he started the first 3 hitters off with a changeup. Did he not?
Sure did. Now, Amarista, he started with the fastball.
Okay.
But it was 1-0 and then threw the 1-0 changeup.
to say anything. He was over the plate. It may have been a tad low, though. It's been a strike most of the night. Mauer's warming up in the bullpen. Looks like he'll be the next one out for the Padres if we go to the 10th. Phillies bullpen since the All-Star break has an ERA of 2.17. Part of the reason why they've won 13 of the 18 games they've played so far. Trying to make it 14 of 19 to begin the second half. Chopper over to third. It's a foul ball. Another foul ball by Kemp. Maikel Franco flipped the baseball to that youngster right there. And then that youngster just tossed it back into the stands. Not sure why. Out toward right center field. Odubel Herrera on the run, and he's going to get there in a little bit of a gallop at the end. He makes the catch. And the side is retired. 1, 2, 3 go the Padres. Time for extra innings. We'll go to the top of the 10th inning. Herrera will lead things off. A 3-0 lead at one point in this ball game, but Phillies with 3 solo home runs are going to push it to extra innings. Phillies are 5-5 in extra inning games. The Padres are 7-3. Brandon Mauer will be the new pitcher for the Padres as we start the top of the 10th inning. 52nd game from Mauer. He's got 11 decisions. Opposition hitting only .208 against him. And he'll face Odubel Herrera, who will lead things off here in the top of the 10th.
Well, Mauer definitely has thrown his share of pitches out in the bullpen this evening.
He's warmed up a couple different times.
And for the backup catcher, Austin Hedges. to make his way back to the dugout.
He had a long run in from the bullpen. First pitch to Herrera.
Oof.
Man, did he get a good pitch to hit, and he fouls it back. It's 0-1. He knows it too.
See, this is a good aggressive swing. I mean, it's still quick. A lot of guys, when they overswing, their bat slows down because all their muscles tense up, like Solarte did last inning. I think he overswung. That was a very aggressive swing, obviously looking to go up top, but his bat didn't slow down at all.
Comes back with an off-speed pitch, and it's 0-2. Odubel is 1 for 4. His last time up, he chopped one sharply back through the middle, and it was tipped by Zubczynski, and that slowed it up enough and looped it enough where the shortstop was able to make the play. Otherwise, that ball would have been in the center field, and the Phillies would have taken the lead. Odubel takes outside, 1-2. Odubel just got a piece of it. Then he looked back and wondered where the ball went. He said, I think I hit it.
Could have fooled me. I didn't think he made contact with it. We can't hear a whole lot up here in the booth.
And he got him. Odubel strikes out, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's almost as if he's stunned that he struck out. And here comes Maikel Franco. Franco has 4 at-bats tonight. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. Walked in his last at-bat. Leads all National League rookies in OPS, on base percentage and slugging percentage combined. Takes low, 1-1. Two and one. Talked about the National League Rookie of the Year, how it's still kind of wide open. I mean, at this point in the year, we're only in the second week of August. That one's chopped over to shortstop. Amarista is up with it. And there are 2 outs. Over the American League, the Correa kid from the Astros is starting to give himself some space.
Yeah, I think that's an NC, no contest.
He's really had himself a very good first. He's only 20 years old.
There have been multiple top-level executives, GMs, managers that say he is one of the top 5 players in all of baseball.
Yeah, 14 home runs, 36 RBIs at this point.
And he's dazzling at shortstop as well. Big kid.
Ryan Howard's the batter. Howard hits one the opposite way. Upton's going back. He has room, and he makes the catch halfway between the grass and the wall at the track. Phillies retired in order here in the 10th inning. Janmar Gomez back to work as we go to the bottom of the 10th here in San Diego. Phils and the Padres. Game 1 of this 3-game series. The Phils will then head to Arizona after Sunday's game, and then after an off day, they'll face the Milwaukee Brewers. This is Game 1 of a 9-game, 10-day road trip for the Phils. Genmar Gomez will face Justin Upton, Yonder Alonso, and Jed Jerko. Adam Morgan will start tomorrow's ball game for the Phillies. Upton has tripled tonight. He's also singled. He's walked once and has been hit once. He's been on base 4 times. Last time up, he singled to right field, and Solarte was thrown out trying to score from second base, trying to score the go-ahead run. Up the third base line, charging is Franco. Bare hands and throws, zips it across the diamond in time. 1 out. A heck of a play again from Maikel Franco.
Mark Grant does the color for the Padres alongside Dick Enberg, and he asked me, he goes, how about this Franco kid? I said, the kid is special. He said, does he use the whole field? I said, yep. I said, he's got a good eye. I said, but wait until you see him play third base. He goes, what do you mean? I said, he does everything well. And this play right here, charging the baseball in the manner that he did, usually he would field that with a glove, but with Upton's speed, he had to use the bare hand.
There's a ground ball to Ryan Howard at first. Genmar's covering. 3-1 on the putout, 2 outs. Yeah, I don't know if there's, and I don't want to overstate things because it's, he's only been in the league for part of last year and now part of this season. But I don't remember, I can't recall anybody recently, last couple of years, maybe Longoria, maybe David Wright, but that play coming in on the bare hand, I don't know if anybody can make that play the way he does. Maybe I'm missing somebody, but
I don't know. Adrian Beltre, Jim Jackson did an interview pregame with him, and he said, his idol is Adrian Beltre. That may have a little bit to do with the way he throws the ball. Very similar. We likened him to him defensively earlier.
Jerko takes down and away, 1 ball, no strikes.
But why he's so good with that bare hand play is the fact that he worries about catching the ball first. He's not trying to do everything all at once. He catches the baseball, looks into his hand, and then proceeds with his throwing motion.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Gomez trying to get through this 10th inning. Give the Phils a chance in the 11th inning in a 3-3 ball game. Jerko burst on the scene in 2013, hit 23 home runs for the Padres. Last year, this year, they weren't really the same kind of seasons as that rookie year. Hits that one back toward the middle. Looked like it grazed the glove of Gomez. Picked up by Hernandez, who fires to first in time. And the side is retired. 6 up, 6 down for Genmar Gomez. Maikel Franco certainly helped the cause with a wonderful defensive play. Charging in. Not many can do it like him. Bare hands it throws on the run. player.
Don Brown got one. These are long home runs.
All over 400 feet.
All over 400 feet and all over the old dimensions of the original dimensions of Petco Park. Ryan Howard with the second, and then Cody Asche with the third. Backdoor slider, not sliding.
So now we go to the top of the 11th inning. Dominic Brown will lead things off, and Dominic hits one in the air to center field. B.J. Upton going back, or Melvin. And he makes the catch. Sean Kelly's the new pitcher for the Padres. Padres do have one extra pitcher, one less bench player. Kelly this year, 36th game, 3.03 ERA. Opposition hitting .236 against him. Freddie Galvis is 1 for 4. Freddie's base hit his first time up, and in an 0 for 10 stretch for him. Outside, 1-0.
Surprised Maurer didn't go back out there for another.
Very surprised.
Very easy top of the 10th that he had.
Kelly's sporting a little mohawk.
Who isn't these days?
That's true. Well, you or I.
One by choice.
You or me. Well, I guess mine's technically a mohawk. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Lateral mohawk.
A lateral mohawk. Swing and a miss. 2 outs. Galvis strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. And now Cody Asche, who is 1 for 3 in this game. Hector Neris warming up in the pen. Ken Giles has thrown a few times out in the bullpen. Just softly keeping his arm loose just in case the Phils take the lead. Cody, one of those 3 home runs tonight. Howard and Brown have the other 2. It's nice that they keep sitting next to each other, so when we do that,
makes it easier in the production cavity.
Pete Mackinnon on the phone with the bullpen. Bob McClure has been thrown out of this ball game, or was thrown out of this ball game earlier. So Pete's not only managing but also coordinating the pitchers. There's a liner foul. Now, I say that because managers make the ultimate decision, but Pete does give Bob full responsibility on who's up and who's not.
The best thing that you can do when managing a bullpen is just thinking ahead. I mean, that's the best thing you could do.
I think that's the hardest thing for a manager to do, not only bullpen wise but just game wise.
Yeah.
You're always thinking about who the next pinch hitter is going to be, who the other team's going to utilize.
And so many different scenarios could arise.
That one's grounded foul. I think a lot of times that's what separates a good manager from a mediocre manager.
Just think how much easier it is to utilize a bullpen if you have a starting rotation like the Nats do, or the Mets.
Top 3 for the Padres aren't much to sneeze about either.
No.
Shields, who pitched tonight. Ross tomorrow. Cashner on Sunday.
3-headed monster.
Yeah. Grounded to the right side. Jerko's up with it. And the Phillies go down in order in the 11th inning. Well, both bullpens have done a nice job here tonight. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th inning. The next one up out of the bullpen for the Phils is Hector Neris and his changeup to face the Padres. Over for Genmar Gomez, who once again did a heck of a job for the Phils. Gomez 2 scoreless innings. So now Neris 1-0 with a 2.63 ERA. And he will face the bottom third of the Padres order. Derek Norris is first up. He won a game earlier this year with a walk-off grand slam.
Well, hopefully a solo shot doesn't do that here. Hector's been very good. I've liked what I've seen out of his fastball, and that change that acts like a split. It's been very good as well. It always helps when you're going up against a ball club that has never seen you before. For the life of me, Tom, I don't know why in the world he took that one.
The 1-0 fastball on the inner half.
I don't know what he's looking for.
Inside, 2-1. 3 straight fastballs from Neris. Neris coming into the ball game is a double switch. And with that, Jeff Francoeur comes on to play left field for the Phils. So I would think that they're going to put Francoeur in the 1 spot. They've only announced that Francoeur is in, but I would think if it is a double switch, he's going to bat in Utley's old spot, which is the pitcher spot. Strikeout, and there is that split that we talked about, and there's one away. The split is, or changeup, he holds it across the seams A lot of times you hold a split with the seams, but he gets that extra movement because he has it across the seams a little bit.
And it's straight down. It really does look like a split finger fastball.
Melvin Upton broke his bat his last time up, so he's going to walk up to the plate with a brand new one, and he hits one high in the air down the left field line. It's hooking foul and out of play. Foul. I don't know how they do that. I really don't. I don't know how they do that.
Remember when Bo would do it, though? Bo Jackson?
I know how he did it.
It was special.
You've never done anything
I've
like
never
that?
tried it.
Let's try it tomorrow. Murph, get a bat, and we'll try break it over Ben's leg tomorrow.
I'm on it.
Tapper foul.
That means I would have to reenact striking out. I did that enough in my career, Tom. I don't want to reenact that again.
Sure, we can get somebody to pitch for you. Upton lines it foul down the left field line.
I was talking with Mark Kotze, the Padres hitting coach today, and he had some guys out early hitting on the field using the machine, and they were pouring them in there. I said, Kotz, I'm going to take a few hacks. He goes, you still throwing the handle? I said, that's not nice.
Not nice. Hasn't seen you in a while. Upton takes a little low. 1-2. Hector thought maybe that was strike 3. I think it's a toss-up. Upton flied to left his first time up, popped out, and struck out twice. And he struck out a third time right there. Down looking. Back-to-back strikeouts for Neris. And Alex Dickerson will be the batter. Dickerson made his major league debut yesterday. Takes outside 1-0. Now he's up because Will Venable and his wife Catherine are expecting their first child, a daughter, so Will is on paternity leave. 2 balls and no strikes.
And Dickerson, a Poway product right down the street. Good sink on that fastball there.
A broken bat, base hit it to right field. Dickerson gets his first big league hit. And it's a 2-out single, and they'll toss that baseball out. Boy, great reaction from his dugout. As soon as that ball left his bat, they all popped up and started clapping. Pretty sweet moment.
And one of his teammates played the old switcheroo.
Yeah. Watch the reaction from the bench. And bam.
So he got a free ball and a broken bat out of it.
I'd frame the ball and the bat together then. And Maurice to take strike 1. It's 0-1.
That would be cool.
Jose Valentin giving him some advice over in the first base coach's box. 0-2. That pitch was nasty. over the mound. Galvis to his left has got it. And the side is retired. So we will go to the 12th inning here in San Diego. No runs, 1 hit. The first major league hit for Dickerson. On to the 12th. Cameron Rupp will lead it off. Top of the 12th inning, that's Kevin Quackenbush, who is warming up out on the mound for the Padres. 1-1 with a 3.86 ERA. Well, they keep running guys out here that have decent earned run averages for the Padres bullpen. Quackenbush is on to face Cameron Rupp, Cesar Hernandez, and then Jeff Francoeur here in the top of the 12th inning. Game tied at 3. James Shields started for the Padres. Aaron Nola started for the Phillies. And now a battle between the bullpens, and these are two good bullpens that are fighting it off right here. Cameron is hitless in 4 at-bats. He struck out a couple of times. Quackenbush delivers a little low. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, when you have an 8-man pen, enables you to just throw some pitchers out there that can only go 1 inning at a time.
Comes a point though where you're going to have to get somebody to go multiple innings.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he had a pitch there. It's 2-1. In theory, it's a great move. 2 balls, no strikes. Thinks a certain spot. And it's 2-1 to Rupp. Base runners. That's what the Phils are looking for here.
Cameron hit a ball to center earlier and a ball to left earlier. Just caught the bottom of the ball. Great swings. Hit him a mile high, but just hit the bottom.
To center field. Upton on the run. Back toward the wall. It is gone. Man, did he crush that one. The 4th solo home run of the night for the Phils, and they've taken the lead here in the top of the 12th.
Not a baby Rupper.
Man, did he kill that one.
I've been up here grunting all night on some of these swings he's had, and I just said it. He just caught the bottom of a few pitches tonight. Hanging breaking ball earlier, change up earlier. This is a ball that's down, and he murders it.
And he knew it, too. He dropped the bat as soon as he let it go.
You got to have some supreme confidence to drop a bat like that on a ball to center field here.
Well, that's 4 solo home runs tonight for the Phils.
Once you see the numbers, that's always a good sign.
Another one well over 400 feet. Cesar Hernandez ahead 1-0, and Cesar fouls it away. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, April 14th, the last time the Phillies had a 4 home run game. Breaking ball, and it's 2-1. We mentioned that Cameron was talking today about his mom and dad coming to watch him play here and then watching him play in Arizona. That's a pretty sweet treat if they've gotten here in time to see their son hit a home run in the 12th inning.
That one estimated at 417 feet.
4 home runs, all over 400 feet. Cesar fouls it at the plate. Dominic Brown, Ryan Howard, Cameron Rupp, Cody Ashing have all homered. Did you just hear the internal PA, what they said?
I did not.
They would like to amend their distance on the home run, and they've apologized. It was actually 416 feet. They apologize for the 1 extra foot that they have given. Cesar fouls it back, 3-2. Swing and a miss, and Hernandez strikes out, so 1 away. And here comes Jeff Francoeur. Francoeur's numbers this year: 276, 10 home runs. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Ken Giles all of a sudden is up and ready to go.
Getting hot. Wouldn't be surprised to see young Jeffrey do it.
He was thinking about it.
Of course he is.
He's always thinking about it. Look at that. You want to talk about contributing? This is the 17th of July, a .467 batting average.
Especially in the 7th inning or later.
That one's off the end of the bat out toward left center field. Justin Upton calls off his brother to make the catch for the second out. So 2 away, and here's Odubel Herrera. Odubel's now hit in 10 consecutive games with his 1 hit tonight. Batting average coming in was a .288. It's taken a drop, though. 1 for 5. Struck out a couple times this evening. And 1 ball and no strikes.
Not to overstate the obvious, but it is a different name.
Quackenbush?
Yes.
Or Odubel? Outside and low, 2-1. Quackenbush is a different name.
I wonder where that stems from. What nationality?
Outside, 3-1. It's got to be something in the Duck family, isn't it?
I mean, it's just never even heard of it before.
Odubel lifts it in the air to center field. That's fairly well hit. But Melvin Upton will track it down, and the side is retired. The Phillies fighting back all night long. They were down 3-0. They had 3 solo runs to tie it, and now another one to take the lead. Cameron Rupp to straightaway center field. Over 400 feet, and the Phils lead it going into the bottom of the 12th. In game 1 of this road trip, they're going to turn things over to Ken Giles. Giles will try to close out a 1-run game. Giles 3 saves so far this season. Earned run average of 1.72, and he will face 2, 3, and 4 for the Padres here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Well, tonight's pitchers, Nola gave up 3 in 6 innings. Within the bullpen, once again, I feel like we've said this over and over again about the way they've thrown. Once again, helping the Phils stay in this game. And the first pitch to Solarte is a strike, and it's 0-1. Solarte has 2 hits tonight. He's also flied out to center field 3 times. Outside. Pete Buchanan thinks that Ken Giles will make a very good major league closer. He said that he'd like to see him throw some more strikes early on and not run deep counts. That helps. A high fastball cut out and missed. It's 1-2. A line drive caught by Freddie Galvis. Put a little extra sparkle on that at the end.
Just a wee bit.
One out here in the 12th.
Not going to make your hand feel very good, but you know what, Tom? You can always tighten those laces up tomorrow. That's all you got to do. Was a little extra sizzle on that.
Here's Matt Kemp. Tried him a slider, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Broke his bat, and that's over the head of Ryan Howard into shallow right field. So Matt Kemp with a 1-out single. The tying run is aboard. That's his first hit of the night. And Justin Upton, a dangerous hitter, will come to the plate.
See, unlike Craig Kimbrell, Kenny Giles has a very quick move to home plate. He's very comfortable using that slide step.
And Kemp isn't really the same runner that he used to be, although he has stolen 9 bases this year.
He's not, but he was getting some good reads off of Aaron Nola earlier in the ball game, and I thought maybe he might get going, but it's going to be hard against Kenny.
Upton tried to check. He went around, and it's 0-1. Paul Nart made the call. It's the right call. He's closer than I thought.
Yeah, you came flying out of the chute. He went.
I thought he went.
Very aggressive on your part, Tom.
Did he go?
I like it.
Did he go? Coming up after the ball game, Sportsnet Central. Recap of what has been a quiet day in sports.
It has?
Well, the day just really started back home.
No, Tom.
0-1 pitch. 0-2. Good play by Cameron to block that ball.
He's been busy. Although he did have 3 days off, so that always helps.
Swing and a miss. He got him 99 on that fastball, and Upton is struck out here in the 12th inning. So Giles 1 out away from closing this one out.
I gotta say, you know, this is a fastball here. That was as bad as net bat as you're going to see. The check swing, the slider that he missed by 2, maybe 3 feet, and then that one he bought 99 right by him.
Well, Yonder Alonso is the next one up. Alonso has grounded out to the right side every time up tonight. And he breaks his bat, loops it out toward right. Here comes Dominic Brown. He's not going to get it. He'll play it on a hop. And Matt Kemp will stop at second base. They were playing no doubles defense, so that ball dumped right in front of Don Brown. And now the tying run is at second base. And Jed Jerko is coming up.
Obviously, the biggest reason or biggest thing that could happen is to have one of those Texas Leaguer dump in front of you. Now, I would say at a place like Petco, you wouldn't have to play as deep in the quote-unquote no doubles scenario. The fact that there's not a whole lot of balls that get over your head. Maybe left field might be a little bit different, but there's just not a whole lot of balls. If they're going over your head, most of the time they're getting out of the ballpark.
Quick conversation for Pete Mackanin. What's Pete talking about here with 2 outs and 2 runners on? Is there anything that stands out that a manager would say here?
I think just give him a breather. How do you want to attack him?
Pete is 3 games under 500 as the manager of the Phillies. He's hoping to pull out a victory in game 1 of this series. Jerko is up, runners lead off, not being held on. Swing and a miss and a slider. Cameron kept it around the area, and it's 0-1. Now, would you hold the runner on at first base here, the winning run?
No. Absolutely not. You hold him on, better chance of him shooting one down the line and getting past you because you're in closer. And then if you get a ball down the line, he might be given the opportunity to score from first.
Another slider, and quickly it's no balls and 2 strikes. Let's see if Giles puts him away right here, wasting no time. Sometimes a catcher might want to throw a show-me pitch. Let's see what Cameron Rupp wants in this spot. Back-to-back sliders. Now it's no balls and 2 strikes to Jerko. Phil's up by 1 here in the bottom of the 12th. Swing and a miss. He got him with another slider. And Jerko strikes out to end the ball game, and the Phils win it in 12 by a final score of 4-3.